Hey guys, tonight we slip quietly into a place most history books forget to mention. A royal bedroom, the kind wrapped in silence and silk, where every shadow hums with secrets. You can almost feel the hush that falls when the last candle burns low, the air thick with rosewater, and something more unsettling, metallic and sweet. The smell of medicine that's not quite safe. These were rooms where monarchs slept, but also where they feared death, courted alchemy, and hid their most peculiar cures from the eyes of the court. You probably won't survive this one if you're squeamish about what they used to rub on their skin or swallow before bed. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, before we start, let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there right now. I love knowing which corner of the world we're all drifting off from together. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing you notice as you step into the royal chamber isn't the gold, it's the air. Too still, too perfumed, like it's been carefully trained not to breathe without permission. Velvet curtains fall from ceiling to floor, trapping the scent of lilies and lavender and the faint iron tang of something medical. At the center, the bed itself seems alive, not just a piece of furniture, but a living altar where bodies, prayers and potions all blur into one long ritual of survival. You move closer. The sheets shimmer faintly in the candlelight, embroidered with strange symbols meant to protect the sleeper from demons. Historians still argue whether these symbols were just decorative art or coded charms stitched by superstitious queens. The truth probably lies somewhere in between, an uneasy marriage of faith and fear. Near the pillow, a row of small glass vials glints like a miniature army. Some contain dried petals, others a milky residue that clings to the sides. There's no label, of course. In royal medicine, secrecy was power. The fewer people who knew what you were taking, the harder it was to poison you or accuse you of witchcraft. You pick one up. It smells faintly of cloves, honey, and something else. Camphor, maybe. A sleeping draught, perhaps, or a cure for melancholy. Monarchs had many words for exhaustion, but they rarely called it what it was, anxiety. When the weight of a crown presses down for decades, it doesn't matter how soft your mattress is. Sleep becomes political. A single beeswax candle flickers near a silver mirror, and the reflection dances, a trick of the flame that almost makes it seem like someone's watching you. And maybe someone is. Royal chambers were rarely empty. Behind the curtains, a maid waits. Behind her, another maid listens. Somewhere in the next room, a physician sleeps with one ear open, ready to rush in if the queen coughs or sighs too long. Privacy, as you quickly realize, was another luxury the royals could never afford. At the foot of the bed stands a heavy chest bound in brass. Inside are the true treasures. Not jewels, but powders, oils and concoctions so strange that modern pharmacists would faint. Dried toads, crushed pearls, mummy powder, which is exactly what it sounds like. Ground remains of embalmed bodies, imported from Egypt and believed to cure everything from headaches to heartbreak. You'd think a royal could afford better, but this was the Renaissance equivalent of wellness culture, and everyone swore by it. A distant sound breaks the stillness, a slow drip. You turn, half expecting to see a leak, but it's a copper distillation still. A bubbling potion cools beside it, releasing thin ribbons of steam that smell faintly of burnt sugar. The Queen's alchemist must have been here earlier, tinkering with what he called a cordial of life. Whether it extended her life or shortened it, no one could ever quite agree. You trace your fingers along the carved wood of the bedpost and feel tiny grooves. Initials, perhaps, not of lovers, but of saints. Royal beds were often sanctified like altars, anointed with oil, sprinkled with wine. Each corner represented an element: earth, air, fire, water. Together they formed a barrier against plague, or so it was said. Historians still debate whether this practice came from medieval church rituals or something older, pagan, quietly persistent beneath the surface of European faith. You glance up. Above the bed, a small brass cage hangs from the canopy. Inside, a clump of herbs swings gently in the draught. Rosemary and rue, the same mix Shakespeare's Ophelia carried in her madness. The belief was that these plants could purify the air, warding off bad humours. In truth, they just masked the smell of the sick room, but that didn't stop every royal in Europe from stuffing their pillows with it. A sudden breeze nudges the curtains open and you glimpse another figure in the room, a painting, large and solemn, of the king himself. His eyes follow you with that same unnerving stillness found in every royal portrait. And you realize with a flicker of unease that these bedrooms weren't only places of rest, they were stages. Everything here, and the silks, the candles, the potions, was performance. To appear serene, even when dying, was the final act of monarchy. You kneel beside a small wooden stool, noticing a bowl of something viscous resting on top. Honey mixed with vinegar. It was the royal mouthwash of choice, believed to prevent night vapours. You can almost hear the court physician, confident and quill straight, declaring that foul breath invited evil spirit. It probably didn't, but it certainly made the room smell better. Then you notice a faint outline on the floor, a darker patch of wood, as though something heavy once stood there. A brazier, maybe. That's where they'd burn herbs to fumigate the air, or sulphur to drive out disease. Some believed the smoke carried prayers upward, straight to heaven. Others just liked that it kept the fleas away. You look back to the bed. The silks ripple gently, like water in a pond, and for a moment you swear you see the outline of someone lying there. Not quite alive, not quite gone. The candlelight plays tricks, or maybe history itself does. It's strange, isn't it? That the most powerful people in the world once trembled in the dark just like everyone else. That their cures were desperate, their fears human, their nights long and sleepless. And as the last candle wavers, as the scent of rosemary thickens, you understand something the royals never did. That no herb or elixir can make the night shorter, or softer, or kinder. Only the quiet can do that. You stay a little longer anyway, listening to the hum of history breathing through the drapes. The perfume, the decay, the whispers, they all linger, refusing to fade. The air around you grows heavier as you move deeper into the chamber, and for a moment you wonder if the perfume itself is alive. Sweet, almost cloying, yet with a sharp undertone that pricks the back of your throat. It's the scent of royal medicine, rose petals crushed with vinegar, camphor oil stirred with honey, musk hiding the stink of decay. You can't quite tell whether it's meant to heal, seduce, or suffocate. You pause by a table carved with cherubs and vines, its surface cluttered with crystal bottles and ivory spoons. Some of the liquids shimmer faintly, as though lit from within. These are the perfumed cures of the royal age. Remedies that blurred the line between luxury and survival. The kings and queens who ruled Europe didn't just believe in beauty, they believed beauty was medicine. One small vial catches your eye, deep blue glass sealed with wax. You tilt it toward the candlelight, and the liquid inside gleams gold. Its label, faded and smudged, reads, "Essence of amber. Not amber the stone, but ambergris, the waxy substance that forms in the bellies of whales, once worth more than gold. It was used to make perfume linger longer, but also to strengthen the heart. Doctors of the 16th century swore that a drop under the tongue could cure fainting, anxiety, and the mysterious vapours that plagued noble women. Historians still argue whether those vapours were just a polite word for depression, or the early symptoms of lead poisoning from all the makeup they wore. Either way, the cure came bottled in ocean treasure. Next to it lies a silver bowl filled with dried petals, roses, violets, and something darker, maybe marigold. A faint scent of mildew clings to it. The mixture was once steeped in wine and dabbed behind the ears to prevent ill air from entering the body, because for most of history, people believed disease was carried by smell itself, that if the air around you stank, it could kill you. So the royals fought stench with stench, drowning their rooms in scent so heavy it could choke a modern visitor. You catch yourself smiling. It's not so different from the way modern people burn expensive candles to cleanse the energy. Some things never change, only the price tag does. You lean closer and the faintest wisp of cinnamon drifts up. Not from food, from medicine. Cinnamon oil, imported through Venetian traders, was used to mask the bitterness of potions. It was thought to heat the blood, a good thing in an era terrified of cold humours and slow digestion, but too much, they said, would make you burn with unnatural lust. The royal doctors walked a fine line between cure and sin, not always successfully. A soft creak draws your gaze to the bed again. The curtains sway as if stirred by someone's breath. For a moment you imagine a queen reclining there, pale and tired, clutching a handkerchief soaked in rosewater to her lips. The physician stands nearby, adjusting his wig, offering reassurance in Latin she can barely hear. "The scent will strengthen your spirits, your majesty." Spirits, of course, meant both soul and smell. A maid fans the air with a feather plume, spreading the perfume like incense in a temple. Somewhere under the bed, a small clay pot simmers gently, an early kind of vaporizer. Steam rises laced with herbs, thyme for courage, mint for clarity, and sage to drive away melancholy. You can almost taste the mixture on your tongue, sharp and green. But there's another smell beneath it. Faint, sour, unmistakable, vinegar. Bowls of it are tucked around the room, sometimes laced with herbs, sometimes with onions. The idea was simple. Vinegar purified air. During plague outbreaks, courtiers soaked rags in it and held them to their noses while approaching the royal chambers. Imagine a whole palace that smelled like a salad dressing factory, and you'll be close. One particularly curious concoction was called vinaigre de quatre voleurs, the vinegar of 4 thieves. Supposedly invented by grave robbers who used it to survive the Black Death, it contained rosemary, clove, and garlic. By the 17th century, it had made its way into royal bedrooms, where it was sprinkled on sheets and even gargled before sleep. The irony, of course, is that while they were guarding against infection, the real dangers lay in their own cures. You glance at a gold-rimmed jar labelled Unguento di Lilium, its surface dusty with age. Inside is a pale, waxy ointment made from lily roots and goose fat, a skin balm or possibly a plague preventative. It was rubbed on the chest to keep lungs open. Modern chemistry might call it useless, but you can almost appreciate the hope that clung to each slow stroke of the servant's hand as she applied it to her queen's trembling shoulders. Somewhere beyond the chamber, a clock tolls once, low, muffled. Midnight, perhaps, the hour of restless dreams. You find a parchment pinned to the wall, its ink browned and faint. It's a list, written in a physician's tight, fussy hand, to scent the chamber and strengthen the heart, powder of rose and benzoin, vinegar of lavender, oil of clove and storax musk, no more than 2 drops, for it warms the blood exceedingly. At the bottom, a note in smaller writing, beware too much perfume, for it confuses the humours. You chuckle softly. Even in an age of superstition, someone still recognized moderation as a virtue. And yet it's easy to see how the royals fell for these rituals. The act itself, the slow grinding of petals, the careful mixing, the gentle dabbing on wrists, it was calming, a kind of medieval aromatherapy. When your world is built on intrigue, poison, and politics, a pleasant smell feels like protection. In the dim light, the bottles glimmer like stained glass, and you realize that for these monarchs, medicine wasn't just about health. It was theatre. Every cure was a performance meant to reassure the court that the body of the ruler remained sacred, untouchable, perfumed with divine favor. But as you stand there breathing the same heavy air they once did, you start to feel dizzy. Your head buzzes faintly, and your throat tightens. Maybe it's the musk, or maybe, just maybe, it's the centuries of volatile oils still lingering, whispering the same false promises they gave to every trembling hand that reached for them. You step back, exhaling through your sleeve like a cautious physician, and the air clears just enough for you to think again. The perfumes fade, leaving behind a quiet emptiness, the scent of time itself. And you realize something oddly comforting. Even the most powerful people in history still needed to trick themselves into believing they were safe at night. Perfume or prayer, vinegar or faith, it didn't matter. It was all just the same human wish, to breathe, to rest, and to wake again in the morning. You move closer to the table at the bedside, a polished mahogany slab, gleaming beneath the flicker of candles. On its surface rests a delicate crystal decanter, half filled with a murky, amber-brown liquid that trembles with the smallest draught. You can almost hear it whisper as it moves, the faint clink of glass against glass, a queen's midnight companion, as faithful as prayer beads and just as addictive. The Queen's night draught. You picture it now, the same scene played out across centuries, in palaces and chateaux from London to Versailles. A maid in soft slippers glides across the floor, careful not to wake the royal dogs, carrying a tray lined with velvet. On it, the draught waits, brandy darkened with herbs, laudanum for the nerves, opium to smooth the dreams. "A sip for sleep, your majesty," she murmurs. And the queen, pale and restless, lifts it to her lips. It's hard not to wince, because you know what's really in there. The Victorians would later give it a name, Mother's Little Helper. But long before the pharmacy bottles came with neat printed labels, royal apothecaries had their own recipes for rest. Some called them cordials, others elixirs for calm. Yet nearly all shared one glittering ingredient, opium, often mixed with wine or brandy. In moderation, it soothed anxiety and dulled pain. In excess, it blurred the line between sleep and death. Historians still argue whether some royal deaths, those peaceful passings in the night, were simply overdoses too polite to mention. The draught before you glows faintly in the candlelight. You uncork it. The smell hits immediately. Sweet, smoky, a little medicinal, a mix of honey, alcohol, and bitter poppy. The recipe probably came from an Italian court doctor, or maybe one of those wise women the crown both feared and secretly employed. You pour a drop onto your fingertip. It burns slightly, leaving a numbness that spreads slowly. One sip would bring warmth to the chest, calm to the mind. 2 would make you forget what had ever worried you. 3 would stop your breath entirely. And yet, how tempting it must have been, because royal life wasn't just silk sheets and symphonies, it was politics, pressure and fear. The Queen's own body was state property, its fertility, its beauty, its strength. Every sigh or shiver was observed, recorded, whispered about. She looks pale, someone would say. Perhaps she's unwell. And that was enough to spark rumours of weakness, infertility, or divine punishment. So the draft wasn't just medicine, it was armour. A way to keep the hands from trembling during an audience, to dull the guilt after a public execution, to close the eyes when the ghosts of political rivals came knocking at 2 a.m. You can almost hear her, the Queen herself in the darkness, asking her maid, "Has it been mixed properly?" The maid nods, paws, waits as her mistress drinks. Then she leaves quietly, closing the heavy oak door behind her. The Queen sinks back into her pillows, eyes glassy, body melting into the mattress. Outside the door, the palace hums faintly. A guard coughs, the clock ticks. Somewhere in the kitchens a pot boils over, but inside this small chamber time dissolves. A strange thought crosses your mind. In a way, this was the first sleeping pill culture. Monarchs were the original insomniacs, their sleeplessness a kind of royal disease. It's almost funny to think of history's most powerful people lying awake, worrying about things as ordinary as, what if they're plotting against me, or did I say the wrong thing at dinner? You glance around the room again. The glass decanter isn't alone. Beside it sits a silver spoon, a goblet, and a folded scrap of parchment. You unfold it carefully. The ink has faded, but a few words remain legible. Take one measure after prayer, and no more. For the Queen's heart and her quiet of mind. There's no signature. But the handwriting, precise, angular, suggests the royal physician himself. A small joke flickers through your mind. Even then, doctors were writing their own disclaimers. You set the note down and look to the mirror across the room. Its surface is blurred with age, its silver backing eroded. And yet, for a moment, you catch your reflection. And behind it, faintly, another. The face of a woman in lace, hair pinned high, eyes wide and tired. Maybe she's just a trick of the light. Or maybe some part of her still lingers here, repeating the same ritual night after night. You almost want to speak to her, to ask if it helped. Did the potion bring peace? Did she wake refreshed? But the silence that follows feels like an answer. You wander to the far corner of the room, where a writing desk stands half open. Inside are more vials, smaller, unlabeled. Some are filled with amber powder, others with translucent jelly. A faint herbal smell escapes, valerian root maybe, or nightshade, both used to calm nerves, both toxic if mishandled. Historians still argue whether these early sedatives were administered by trusted doctors or quietly prepared by the Queen's ladies-in-waiting. One slip of the measure, one overgenerous spoonful, and a sleepless night could become an eternal one. You find yourself staring at the bed again. How strange that something meant for rest could feel so haunted. Every pillow in this room seems stuffed not with feathers, but with secrets. You imagine the scene years later, when the Queen's health began to fail. The same draught sits untouched on the nightstand. The doctors whisper in corners, arguing whether to increase the dose. Her breathing slows, the air thick with perfume and fear. When morning comes, the maids will draw the curtains, say a prayer, and call it a peaceful passing. A peaceful passing. What a kind phrase for what was, more often than not, chemical stillness. You sigh softly. The candle nearest you flickers and sputters out. For a moment you sit in near darkness, listening to the faint crackle of the wick. There's something deeply human about it all, the desperation to rest, to control the night, to stop the thoughts that won't stop. Even royalty, wrapped in luxury, couldn't escape that same primal dread. What if you fall asleep and never wake up? You smile faintly. Then again, maybe that was the point. Maybe that final moment of surrender, soft, silent, half-drugged, was the closest thing they ever had to peace. You replace the cork in the decanter, careful not to spill a drop, and step back. The scent of poppy lingers on your fingertips, warm and faintly sweet. It feels ancient, like something older than memory. As you move toward the door, the room exhales around you, curtains flutter, shadows stretch. Somewhere deep within the palace, a bell chimes softly. And you think to yourself, for all their crowns, their cures, and their power, the royals were never really masters of sleep. They just tried, like everyone else, to trick the darkness into mercy. You step deeper into the stillness, the air growing cooler near the carved mahogany bedframe. The heavy curtains rustle faintly as though sighing in their sleep. Beneath the bed, the light thins into shadow, and that's where you see it. A pale linen pouch tied with gold string, half hidden against the floorboards. You crouch to pick it up, the scent of dried herbs and something metallic wafting out. A royal pillow sachet. You untie the string carefully. Inside is a strange collection, a pinch of lavender, a sprig of rosemary, a sliver of smooth stone that gleams faintly silver. Mercury ore, perhaps, and something darker, desiccated and small. You tilt it into your palm and realize with a faint start that it's a tiny frog heart, perfectly dried and preserved. You sit back on your heels, holding the bizarre treasure between your fingers, and wonder which monarch once slept with this pressed beneath their head. The idea seems absurd, and yet it wasn't superstition for them, it was protection. In the medieval and early modern courts, beds weren't simply places to rest. They were fortresses against unseen enemies, witches, nightmares, spirits, and envy. Monarchs were said to be particularly vulnerable while sleeping when the body's defenses, both physical and spiritual, were down. So every pillow, every sheet, every charm tucked beneath the mattress served as a silent bodyguard. You set the sachet gently on the bedside table and picture it as it once was, freshly filled by a royal apothecary, the smell of herbs sharp and bright. For peace of mind and protection from the night's spirit, he would have said, bowing low. Lavender to calm the nerves, rosemary to purify the air. Mercury, or to drive out bad humours, and the frog's heart, well, that was for love or fertility. Depending on which whispered superstition the court happened to favour that year. Historians still argue whether these curious blends were merely symbolic or actually chemical, whether some ingredients, like mercury and sulphur, were meant to release fumes believed to keep plague away. But one thing is certain. Royal bedrooms were more pharmacy than boudoir. You glance at the bed again. Beneath its lace canopy, you imagine the Queen herself reclining, the sachet under her pillow, her head resting upon it as she whispered her nightly prayers. Perhaps she believed the herbs were listening. Perhaps she didn't care. Perhaps she just needed to feel that something, anything, was keeping the night at bay. There's a faint shimmer on the sheets, fine threads of gold embroidered in shapes that almost look like letters. You lean closer and realize they're not words but symbols, tiny alchemical sigils for protection. One stands out, a sun with an eye in the center, stitched at the exact place where the Queen's heart would rest. A hidden charm buried in plain sight. Some monarchs were known to sleep surrounded by relics, splinters of saints' bones, fragments of holy cloth. Others preferred what we might call scientific protection, magnets beneath the bedposts to draw sickness out through the feet. You can't help but imagine a medieval king lying flat, trusting that the earth's mysterious forces would tug his ailments quietly away in the night. And if that didn't work, well, there were always more creative options. Records from the Tudor court mentioned sleeping stones, polished pieces of hematite and amber believed to absorb bad dreams. One queen even had her pillows filled with shavings from a unicorn's horn, though modern scholars suspect it was just narwhal tusk imported from the Arctic and sold by clever merchants who must have laughed all the way to the bank. Still, the belief persisted. To sleep surrounded by power, be it divine or chemical, was to stay alive a little longer. You moved toward the headboard, noticing something strange carved into the wood. Tiny holes carefully spaced, not decoration, but vents. A hidden compartment behind the panel. You press lightly, and a section pops open with a quiet click. Inside is a small drawer containing yet another pouch, this one lined in silk and sealed with wax. You break it open and find an odd grey powder, glittering faintly. Cinnabar, mercury sulfide, the mineral from which quicksilver was born. In the days before germ theory, cinnabar was prized for its supposed life-giving energy. A small amount placed near the bed was believed to purify the body through dreams, drawing out sickness while strengthening the spirit within. The irony, of course, is that the same fumes could slowly poison the sleeper. And so the monarchs who ruled by divine right, who commanded armies and nations, spent their nights inhaling invisible death from their own pillows. You feel a wry smile tug at your lips. Sleep tight, indeed. Still, there's something strangely touching about it all. The human need to feel safe, to build small rituals against the vast dark. Maybe that's what these sachets and symbols really were. Not cures, but comfort. You imagine the scene again, centuries ago, the Queen's maid tucking the sachet beneath the pillow, smoothing the sheets, murmuring, "Rest well, my lady." The Queen turns her face to the side, the faint smell of rosemary mingling with candle wax and linen. She exhales. The frog's heart lies still, its purpose fulfilled, not by magic, but by belief. Historians can debate all they want about chemistry and superstition. But standing here in the dim light of the royal bedroom, you realize it doesn't really matter which was true. Because belief itself, the idea that you could control the night with a few herbs and a whisper, was the strongest medicine they ever had. You set the drawer back in place and close the compartment with care. The air shifts slightly as though the room has exhaled in relief. Somewhere beyond the walls, a breeze brushes through the palace corridors, carrying with it the faintest echo of lavender and old secrets. You breathe it in one last time. It's not unpleasant, just ancient. A smell of fear-turned ritual, of science still learning to walk. And somehow it lingers in the mind like a lullaby sung through centuries. Sleep well, Your Majesty. The night will be kind, at least for tonight. The candle gutters once, its flame bending toward the draught as though bowing to something unseen. You turn, and your eyes catch a shimmer on the Queen's vanity. A row of small glass pots, their contents glinting like moonlight trapped in cream. The labels are smudged, the handwriting elegant but faded. Unguentum argentum, crema lunae, elixir vitae. You can smell it before you touch it. A sweet, metallic scent, sharp and strangely alluring. Mercury and rosewater. You dip a fingertip into one of the jars. The cream is cold, heavy, almost silky, As you rub it between your fingers, you realize that faint shimmer isn't dust or pearl, it's quicksilver, liquid metal mixed into the skin of the monarchy. And this was beauty. Historians still argue whether these royal face creams were meant more for vanity or health, but at the time, the difference hardly mattered. Smooth, pale skin wasn't just a sign of youth, it was divine. To glow beneath candlelight was to appear touched by heaven. Unfortunately, heaven had a rather toxic sense of humor. You glance into the mirror, that warped silver surface that has witnessed centuries of whispered secrets, and imagine her reflection there, a queen, flawless in candlelight, her face gleaming faintly like porcelain. She smiles, her skin luminous, her breath shallow. The alchemist beside her bows deeply, assuring her that the mercurial elixir will preserve her beauty and purify her blood. He forgets to mention that it will also unmake her from the inside out. You can almost hear the hiss of old experiments in the palace laboratories. Mercury boiling in glass, alchemists stirring quicksilver with vinegar, muttering prayers to keep the fumes from turning deadly. They were searching for transformation, lead into gold, sickness into strength, age into eternity. And they thought they'd found it in the same shimmering substance that kills silently, one touch at a time. You imagine the queen's nightly ritual, her maid approaching the mirror, the soft scrape of a silver spatula lifting the cream, the careful dabs across the cheeks and brow, each motion gentle, reverent, even holy. She believes it's saving her. She believes the glow means it's working. Weeks pass, the glow becomes paler, her appetite fades. She feels light-headed, her fingertips tingle, her tongue burns faintly after every application. But when she looks into the mirror, her reflection smiles back with a divine radiance. Vanity was the first illusion Mercury offered, serenity the second. You pick up another jar. Inside is a pale, pearly paste flecked with gold. The label reads Aurum Sublimatum, a beauty mask or perhaps an early medicine for vitality. You tilt it toward the light, watching the gold swirl beneath the surface like a trapped sunset. It's easy to see why they believed in it. Historians still argue whether these metallic remedies came from genuine medical theory or pure alchemy. Mercury was known to purge the body. Gold was believed to stabilize the spirit. Together they formed what some called the celestial union, a cure for aging, fatigue, and melancholy. In practice, it worked about as well as painting your face with poison. And yet, how human it feels, that hunger to glow. You lean closer to the mirror again. For a moment, you swear you see movement beneath the surface, faint ripples like liquid mercury flowing beneath the glass. Your own reflection wavers, eyes glinting with silver light. You blink, and it's gone. The air feels heavier now, the perfume thickening with each breath. Somewhere behind you, the clock chimes twice, its echo rolling through the chamber like a heartbeat. You step toward the vanity again, tracing your fingers across the array of jars, vials, and brushes. The Queen's chamber wasn't just her sanctuary, it was her laboratory, a place where medicine and magic melted together. You find another note, this one tucked behind the mirror's frame. A scrap of parchment with precise Latin scrawled across it, Ad lucem sine dolore, lux perpetua, to shine without pain, eternal light. You let out a quiet laugh. Eternal light. How ironic that it came from something that darkened minds and eroded bodies. But you can't help admiring the desperation behind it. These people lived surrounded by sickness, superstition, and sudden death. To them, glowing skin wasn't vanity, it was reassurance. Proof that you were still alive, still chosen, still favored by whatever god or physician you trusted most that week. You glance toward the bed again. A small dish rests on the nightstand, holding a silver comb and a pair of polished tweezers. They're beautiful, intricate, engraved with tiny suns and moons, but along their edges you spot faint discoloration, the dull grey sheen of mercury tarnish. It's everywhere. The air, the linen, the water in the wash basin. The monarch sleeps, breathes, dreams, and slowly absorbs death, disguised as radiance. You take a step back, careful not to touch your face. The irony isn't lost on you. The same rulers who commission portraits to immortalize their beauty were painting themselves out of existence, one gentle touch at a time. Some historians claim Queen Elizabeth II herself used mercury-based white lead makeup so heavily that her skin eventually blistered and cracked beneath it. Her physicians, rather than stopping her, prescribed even more of the same concoction, to soothe and conceal. It's both tragic and oddly modern, a centuries-old version of reapplying the very thing that caused the damage. And yet, despite the madness, there's poetry in it too. Because in the stillness of this royal bedroom, under candlelight that trembles like a living thing, you can almost understand the temptation. Mercury catches light in a way nothing else does. Slippery, hypnotic, otherworldly. To stare at it is to see movement where there should be none, shimmer where there should be stillness. You imagine a queen leaning forward, eyes half-lidded, whispering to her reflection, "I am untouched by time." And perhaps in that brief, flickering moment, she truly is. You blow gently on the candle beside the vanity, and the flame bows low before extinguishing. The room dims. The jars glimmer faintly in the darkness, each one holding a small, silent echo of the people who once believed in them. You step back, letting the air settle. The smell of roses and metal lingers like a ghost, and in the soft quiet you murmur to no one in particular. It's strange, isn't it? The things we'll risk just to feel a little bit immortal. You hear the whisper before you see him. The rustle of silk robes, the faint creak of polished shoes on marble. The royal physician enters without knocking, moving like a man who knows his worth. His hair is powdered, his hands gloved, and his expression carries that delicate balance between reverence and arrogance that only comes from tending to power for too long. He bows, of course, a deep, calculated bend that hides the smirk beneath his breath. "Your Majesty," he murmurs, though tonight there's no one to answer. Only you standing quietly in the corner, watching a ghost perform his nightly duties. On the table before him, he spreads his tools. Scales of silver, a crystal pestle, glass jars of powder labelled in Latin. You read them in silence. Pulvis corallium, powdered coral, sal ammoniac, aurum potabile. The handwriting is crisp, the same practiced flourish seen in old prescriptions and execution orders alike. It's funny. The tools of healing and the tools of harm were often the same. The physician stirs one of the jars, tilting it toward the candlelight. "To strengthen the blood," he mutters to himself, his Latin slipping into French. "To prolong vitality." His voice sounds rehearsed, like a salesman describing perfume rather than medicine. And in a way, he was exactly that. Royal medicine was never just science. It was theatre. And the physician was both actor and priest. His audience, the court. His reward, continued employment and, with luck, survival. A single failed cure could mean disgrace, or worse. So he performed miracles, or at least gave the illusion of them. Historians still argue whether these royal doctors truly believed their own concoctions, or if they simply played along, trapped by the expectations of monarchs who wanted comfort more than truth. You watch him uncork a vial of dark red liquid, The smell that escapes is sharp, mineral, iron and wine. "Essence of the heart," he says softly. "It's blood, of course. Sheep's, perhaps, or pigeons, mixed with vinegar and honey. A tonic for weakness, prescribed for everything from fainting to heartbreak." He dips a finger into it and touches it to his tongue, grimacing. "Too sour." He reaches for a pot of sugar, spoons some in and stirs. The metal spoon clinks softly, a sound that seems to echo far longer than it should. You can't help but think how modern this feels. The confidence, the branding, the insistence that this next mixture will work, even if the last one didn't. The royal physician is equal parts healer and marketer. And in this candlelit chamber, both professions are deadly serious. He glances toward the bed where his monarch sleeps, or tries to. The Queen's face is turned toward the wall, her breathing shallow. The doctor watches her a moment, then reaches for another vial, this one filled with something milky and opaque. "Laudanum," he murmurs. His voice carries both pride and apology. He pours a few drops into a goblet of water, stirs, and waits for the liquid to clear. For her nerves, for her mind. He hesitates, just for a heartbeat. Then he adds 2 more drops. For her peace. And you realize you've just watched mercy measured by the drop. The physician sighs and wipes his brow. His hands tremble slightly. He pulls a handkerchief from his sleeve and glances toward the door, as though expecting someone. Perhaps another doctor, perhaps a rival. You can almost hear the thoughts grinding behind his composed expression. If she recovers, he'll be celebrated. If she doesn't, the blame will find him. Royal medicine was never about health. It was about hierarchy. Who healed whom, and at what cost? The physician pours the draught into a goblet of silver and sets it by the bed. His lips move in prayer, not because he believes it will help, but because it looks good to those who do. Then he straightens, collects his things, and pauses before leaving. You notice him slip something small into his coat pocket, a coin perhaps, or a scrap of parchment. No, not parchment. A folded letter sealed in red wax. He hesitates, looks once more at the sleeping Queen, then disappears into the corridor's dim echo. You're left alone again with the candlelight and the faint smell of opium and wine. It's easy to despise him, that royal doctor. So polished, so performative, but you can't help feeling a flicker of sympathy. Imagine knowing that every diagnosis could be a death sentence, not for your patient, but for yourself. If the Queen lives, you're rewarded. If she dies, you're the reason. So you invent miracles. You smile when you lie. You lace your remedies with poetry because truth tastes too bitter. A quiet sound breaks the stillness. A whisper, maybe. Or the soft pop of cooling glass. You turn and notice one of the bottles on the table trembling slightly. Inside, the mixture has begun to separate. Oil from liquid, red from clear. You remember what it is, a blend of opium and myrrh, the draught of St. Dymphna, supposed to calm the mind and ease the humours of despair. You pick it up and hold it to the light. The crimson layer swirls slowly, hypnotically. It's beautiful in a way, dangerous things often are. And that was the physician's secret weapon, beauty. A cure didn't need to work. It only needed to look divine. The colour, the shimmer, the scent, all of it crafted to convince a frightened monarch that healing had already begun. You picture the physician now walking through the echoing halls, rehearsing what he'll say tomorrow to the courtiers. Her Majesty's colour improves, her humours align, the spirit strengthens. The language of comfort delivered like scripture. You return the vial to the table, careful not to spill it. The air feels thicker now, heavy with perfume and pretense. You can almost hear the court's morning gossip before it happens. The Queen slept well, I hear. Ah, yes, the new tonic. A marvel, truly. He's a genius, that physician. Until he isn't. And so it went. The fragile theatre of survival, performed night after night, century after century, behind velvet curtains and whispered prayers. You take one last look at the table, the bottles, the scrolls, the faint shimmer of mercury dust on the physician's gloves, then you blow out the candle. For a heartbeat, the room is completely dark. And in that darkness, you understand something simple and terrible. The royal physician was never trying to save the Queen. He was trying to save himself. The next sound you hear is water, dripping softly, rhythmically, into something metallic. You follow it past the vanity and the empty chair, into the darker edge of the royal chamber, where the candlelight begins to thin. There, tucked against the wall, is a small silver basin, resting atop a three-legged stool. The surface gleams faintly, though a reddish film clings to its curve. The pattern is unmistakable. You've found the bloodletting bowl. For a moment you simply stare. Its shape is oddly elegant, a shallow crescent designed to fit neatly against a human neck. The design never changed much for centuries, whether in a king's chamber or a commoner's hut. It's strange to think of it that way, this perfect hybrid of luxury and horror. You touch its rim. It's cold. In your mind, the scene forms itself with eerie ease. The Queen, perhaps the same one who once applied her mercury cream, is sitting upright in bed, her sleeves rolled back. Around her, the air smells of candle wax, sweat, and iron. A physician leans close, tying a silk ribbon just below her elbow to make the veins swell. The ritual is almost tender. And then the blade, a small nick, a gasp, a bead of blood wells up like a ruby. The doctor murmurs something about balancing the humours. The Queen nods faintly, pale but obedient. Her maid steadies her wrist. Slowly, steadily, the dark stream begins to fill the basin, each drop a promise that her body's chaos is being drained away. Of course, you know the truth, it wasn't. Historians still argue whether bloodletting ever did anything at all beyond making people dizzy and desperate. The theory was ancient, inherited from Galen. The idea that health depended on four fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile. Too much of one, and you were doomed to imbalance. So naturally, the royal answer was to let a little of everything out. The irony, it often worked, or rather, it seemed to, because fainting from blood loss can feel suspiciously like relief. You watch the basin glimmer faintly under the flickering candle. There's a dent in one side, perhaps from a slip, perhaps from haste. Bloodletting wasn't always calm and controlled. Some monarchs demanded it weekly. Others, like Charles II, endured it daily near the end. By the time of his death, his doctors had removed more blood than his body could bear, each one insisting it was the right course. And so the king bled his way toward eternity, one elegant incision at a time. You crouch to examine a set of smaller instruments nearby. A narrow steel lancet, its blade etched with a tiny cross. A brass cup with blackened edges, a scarred reminder of the next phase of treatment. Cupping. You can almost hear the hiss of flame as the cup was heated, the quick motion as it was placed against bare skin. The sudden suction pulling blood to the surface like crimson blossoms beneath glass. Some believed it drew out fevers, others bad spirits. Whatever it drew, it left circles that must have looked like curses. You can picture it too clearly. The Queen sits, her skin flushed with those round welts, her breath slow. The doctor smiles reassuringly. "The sickness is leaving you," he says. The balance returns. She believes him because she must. Because if she doesn't, then all of this pain, the cuts, the bruises, the endless night, has been for nothing. And isn't that the oldest cure of all? Belief. You dip a finger into the basin. The stain is old, harmless now, but still carries that faint metallic tang of iron. Blood has a way of lasting longer than memory. You wipe your hand on a linen cloth draped nearby. It's embroidered with gold thread, a royal napkin for a decidedly unroyal act. The hypocrisy makes you smile faintly. Leave it to monarchs to make even suffering ceremonial. A shadow shifts on the far wall, and for a moment you could swear you see movement. Attendants in livery bustling quietly, preparing bandages, whispering prayers. One of them, young, nervous, glances at the bowl, then at the Queen. You can almost hear him think, will she live? He doesn't ask. Servants never do. They just clean the bowls, wipe the blades, and open the windows to let the scent of iron escape into the night. You move closer to the open shutters. The wind outside is cool, carrying the faint sound of distant bells. Perhaps the cathedral tolling midnight mass, perhaps something else, a requiem for the blood already spilled. And suddenly the absurdity of it all feels crushing. Kings and queens commanding armies by day, only to be sliced open by trembling hands at night, praying their blood holds the answers to invisible mysteries. You can't decide whether it's tragic or comic, probably both. You find a leather-bound journal near the basin, half hidden beneath a cloth. Its pages are filled with tight Latin script. Febris continua, 4 ounces drawn. Weak pulse, another 6. Pallor, after bleeding, advised rest and wine. Each entry reads like a financial ledger, as if health were a debt to be repaid in ounces of life. You flip further. Some pages are splattered with faint brown stains. Others contain small sketches, diagrams of the body, notes on vein locations, and one peculiar phrase repeated again and again: Melius evacuare quam deficere. Better to empty than to fail. You sigh softly. That phrase could have been the motto of an entire era. You look back at the bed. The curtains stir faintly. You imagine the Queen lying there afterward, light-headed, her skin clammy, her lips pale. The physician assures her she will feel renewed come morning. And perhaps she does for a while. The weakness becomes normal, the faintness familiar. And when she finally dies, the court will call it peaceful, as though centuries of prescribed suffering had simply lulled her to sleep. You can almost see the next day's report. Her Majesty's blood was much improved before her passing. You step away from the basin. The reflection of the candle in its curve seems to tremble like a heartbeat. You lean down once more and whisper quietly into the still air. You gave everything you could, didn't you? Even the part that was keeping you alive. And for a moment, you swear the faintest warmth lingers against your palm, as though history itself has exhaled. You let the curtain fall shut, and the silver bowl slips back into darkness. The scent reaches you first, thick, syrupy, and cloyingly sweet. It curls through the air like a lazy serpent, coating your tongue before you even see the source. You follow it past the heavy curtains toward a polished oak cabinet inlaid with ivory vines. When you open the small latch, the smell deepens. Honey, clove, something faintly metallic underneath. Inside are rows of bottles, each sealed with wax, each labelled with some poetic promise. Aqua dulcis, syrupus vitae, the nectar of Saturn, all of them glisten like jewels in the flickering candlelight. At first glance, you might think it's a royal pantry, something meant for dessert. But no, these are the potions of sleep and sweetness, and if the royals swore by them, it wasn't for pleasure. It was for the illusion of health. You pull one bottle free, the wax cracks under your thumb, releasing a whiff of fermented sugar. It smells like something between wine and medicine, pleasant enough to fool the senses, dangerous enough to keep the apothecary in business. Honeyed potions, the notes beside it read, in curling ink, to soften the bitterness of lead and opium. You blink. Lead. Yes, lead. The secret ingredient behind royal smiles, because the same metal that polished mirrors and whitened faces was also believed to purify the blood and preserve youth. It was mixed into syrups and pills prescribed as a tonic for stomach ailments, melancholy, even overheated thoughts. Doctors called it saccharum Saturni, sugar of Saturn. It sounded so elegant, so celestial. You could almost forget that it was poison. Historians still argue whether monarchs knew the risks, but given how many of them suffered from trembling hands, madness, and mysterious melancholies, it seems safe to assume that denial was easier than truth. You glance down at the bottle again. The liquid inside catches the light, glimmering faintly like molten amber. Beautiful, deceptive. You can't help but think how much this resembles the modern problem. Things that taste good enough to make you forget they're killing you. You take another bottle from the shelf, its wax seal red as blood. The label reads, syrup of poppies and honey. You already know what that means. Opium, of course. The same friend of kings that has already drifted through this room in so many forms. Here, it's blended with sugar and rosewater, a comforting draught disguised as dessert. You can almost imagine the ritual. The maid pours a spoonful into a porcelain cup, stirs it with a silver rod, and carries it to the bed. For Her Majesty's throat, she whispers, though she means for Her Majesty's nerves. The Queen takes it with a weak smile, her lips coated in gold sweetness. She tastes only honey. The bitterness stays hidden, buried beneath centuries of luxury. You move to the mirror again and imagine the aftermath. In portraits, their teeth gleamed white as pearls. But you know better. Beneath those smiles were gums inflamed and blackened, breath tainted by lead and sugar decay. Opium softened pain, yes, but it also softened the flesh. The same hands that once wrote edicts and love letters would, by middle age, tremble too much to hold a quill. A quiet joke forms in your mind. The royal dentist was probably the busiest man in the palace. You find a small silver spoon resting beside the bottles. Its bowl is stained dark, almost iridescent, like something once burned there. You turn it toward the candlelight and catch a whiff of old smoke. Someone used this to heat their nightly dose, slowly melting opium resin into warm honey. A private ritual, equal parts medicine and mercy. You imagine that moment in the dim glow of a single candle. The Queen, weary from the endless demands of the day, holding the spoon over the flame, watching the substance melt and bubble. She waits until it turns clear, then tips it into a cup of wine. A sip later, her pulse slows, the air softens. The world, just for a while, becomes bearable again. And perhaps that was the truest purpose of these sweet cures. They didn't heal the body. They healed the hours between dusk and dawn, the anxious gap where loneliness set in, and every shadow felt like a memory trying to crawl back inside you. You study one last bottle. This one is nearly empty, its label faded to nothing. You hold it up, watching the syrup cling to the glass like a memory that refuses to fade. You wonder who last drank from it and what they were trying to forget. It's easy to romanticize the past, but in this room, surrounded by medicine turned poison and sweetness turned sorrow, the truth feels heavier. Monarchs weren't gods, they were addicts in silk, prisoners of their own prescriptions. Historians still argue whether the royal physicians were complicit or simply ignorant. But maybe ignorance was complicity. After all, who would dare tell a queen that her comfort was killing her? You step back, and the shelves seem to shimmer with reflected light, their glass bottles gleaming like rows of captured stars. And for a fleeting moment, the entire room smells like paradise, roses, honey, and the faint promise of sleep. Then beneath it all, the bitterness returns. A reminder that every sweetness comes with its shadow. You close the cabinet gently. The latch clicks into place with a sound that feels final. Behind the wood, centuries of honeyed poison settle once more into silence. You look toward the bed, empty now, the pillows still dented with invisible heads. The air feels thicker, dreamlike. Maybe this is why the royals slept so little. Not because they were too burdened to rest, but because they never trusted their own cures enough to let go. You smile faintly, exhaling the ghost of sugar and decay. Sweet dreams, you whisper, to no one in particular. But maybe not too sweet. You linger by the cabinet for a moment longer, letting the sweetness fade from your mouth. And then you notice something resting beside the vanity mirror. A long, lacquered box the colour of old mahogany. It's the kind of container reserved for things sacred or dangerously expensive. When you lift the lid, the hinges groan, releasing a puff of dust that smells faintly of salt and crushed seashells. Inside lies an assortment of small jars and powder boxes, each labelled with a single word: pearl, coral, emerald, gold leaf. The handwriting is elegant, the glass delicate enough to tremble at your touch. And just like that, you're staring at the ingredients of one of history's most glamorous and fatal cures, the royal tonic of eternal youth. The court alchemists swore by it. They called it the drink of the moon or queen's dust. You can almost picture them hovering by candlelight, grinding pearls and emeralds into dust, while muttering half-scientific, half-priestly incantations. A dash of wine, a sprinkle of sugar, and voila! Immortality, bottled in luxury. You pick up one of the smaller jars. The powder inside gleams like ground stars. Pearl dust, the favourite of queens from Persia to France. Supposed to cool the blood, preserve complexion, and strengthen the heart's joy. Historians still argue whether any of these elixirs had genuine mineral effects or were just glittering nonsense. Chemically speaking, they did nothing but decorate the inside of your stomach. But symbolically, they were irresistible. What could be more poetic than swallowing the sea itself to become as radiant as the moon? You smile faintly, thinking of the irony. The same stones that crown the royals' heads also scrape their throats on the way down. You turn the next jar. Coral, the colour of sunrise crushed into a fine red dust. In Renaissance Europe, coral was considered sacred to Venus, goddess of beauty. It was ground and mixed into wine for fertility, or sprinkled into baths to calm the nerves. Physicians claimed it could stop bleeding, an appealing quality in a world obsessed with letting blood out. One recipe, preserved in a faded Italian manuscript, called for powder of coral, gold and pearl, mixed with milk of almonds and sugar candy, to be taken at moonrise for the prolongation of beauty and wit. You can almost hear the whisper of vanity wrapped in prayer. Let me not fade. It's easy to scoff now, but then again, modern people still chase bottles that promise youth, just with more branding and less gemstone dust. Maybe nothing's changed except the names on the jars. Your eyes catch a small vial at the far end of the box, nearly opaque with age. The label is barely legible, but one word glimmers through: emerald. You unstopper it carefully. Inside, the powder glitters green as moss beneath water. There's something heartbreakingly beautiful about it. The idea that someone, an alchemist perhaps, or a royal physician, desperate for favor, spent hours grinding something priceless into dust so that their queen might feel immortal for a night. You pour a little onto your palm. The texture is gritty, like sand with ambition. It leaves faint green streaks on your skin, shimmering in the low light. You imagine her, the queen, seated before her mirror, her maid pouring a spoonful into a goblet of white wine. She stirs slowly, watching the light catch the swirl of green. The potion looks alive, like bottled springtime. She drinks it. The first sip tastes earthy, then metallic, then sweet. Her lips shine faintly green in the candlelight. She smiles. For a few hours, she feels warm, powerful, untouchable, and by morning her stomach churns with nausea, but no one dares connect the two. The queen doesn't fall ill. She glows too brightly. Alchemy loved its paradoxes, the idea that poison could heal, that death could preserve, that beauty must cost something invisible. You brush the powder from your palm and look back into the box. Nestled between the jars is something you almost missed, a folded sheet of parchment stained with wine. Across it runs a shaky Latin inscription, non mortem fugimus, sed memoriam. We do not flee death, we flee remembrance of it. The words sit heavy on your tongue. Maybe that's what these tonics were really about, not defying death, but distracting from its echo. Every sip was a small rebellion, a sparkling denial. You don't conquer time by stopping it. You conquer it by pretending it isn't watching. A faint draft sweeps through the room. The candle flame bends. You close the box, slowly, letting the lid fall into place with a muted thud. You find yourself thinking about the alchemists again, those shadowy men who wandered between science and sorcery. Many served at the pleasure of kings, some perished in dungeons, and a few lived long enough to realize their greatest discovery. Immortality was an illusion the powerful were most willing to pay for. It's strange to imagine that so many royal fortunes were literally ground into dust, pearls, gold, emeralds, all swallowed in the name of grace. You lift your eyes toward the mirror one more time. The candlelight dances over your face, and for a fleeting second, the reflection doesn't look like you at all. The eyes are older, wiser, flickering with a strange, tired beauty, the kind of beauty that knows it cannot last. You step back. The illusion fades. The powder glitters faintly on the floor, tiny fragments of lost eternity catching the light. You whisper softly, half to the ghosts, half to yourself. It was never the cure they wanted, was it? It was the comfort. The air grows still again, heavy with perfume and memory. You can almost taste the sea salt from the pearl dust, the faint bitterness of crushed stone. You turn toward the door, pausing once to glance back at the bed. In the dimness, the embroidered sheets gleam faintly, like moonlight caught in water. Somewhere, the echo of the Queen's voice lingers still, a soft sigh, a prayer in disguise. Let tomorrow find me unchanging. And for a moment, as the candle flickers, you could swear she still glows. The room feels warmer now, though the fire has long since gone out. You trace the air with your fingers and find it thicker, almost metallic, humming with some invisible residue of work, the kind that clings to walls long after voices fade. You follow the faint scent of smoke and oil to a narrow doorway half concealed behind an embroidered tapestry. When you slip through, you enter another chamber, smaller, cluttered, alive with forgotten energy. Shelves line every wall, bowing beneath jars, crucibles, and the blackened bones of experiments. The royal alchemist's quarters. If the royal bedroom was a sanctuary of illusion, this was its engine room, the place where science and superstition shared a bed and called it faith. You step softly, your shoes crunching against a scatter of sand and shards of broken glass. A copper still sits on the table, its neck curled like a serpent. The air smells of vinegar and sulphur, though the sweetness of honey lingers just enough to confuse your senses. And there, scrawled across the back wall in chalk, half faded, is a circle filled with alchemical symbols. Suns, moons, crucibles, the ancient sign for gold. Above it, one phrase survives in Latin, aurum vitae in tenebris nascitur. The gold of life is born in darkness. You breathe out, the words echoing in your head like a spell. The royals called it the dream of alchemy. But to the men who served them, it was more than that. It was salvation. To discover the philosopher's stone meant to save not only your soul, but your sovereigns. For if a monarch could become immortal, then his physician, his alchemist, and even his barber might live safely forever in his shadow. You move closer to the table. A glass retort still holds the remnants of something once golden. Dried streaks cling to its curve, glittering faintly in the candlelight. Gold dust dissolved in vinegar, part of a recipe for the elixir of life. The alchemist who made it might have been half genius, half madman. Historians still argue whether those who worked in royal alchemy labs truly believed in transmutation, or whether it was all elaborate theatre to justify their patronage. Some probably did believe. Others were clever enough to keep pretending. You find a thick ledger lying open on the bench, its pages rippled with heat. The handwriting is jagged, hurried. You run your eyes across a recipe that reads like a prayer. Take gold of the purest sort and grind it fine. Dissolve in aqua regia till it sighs. Mix with dew gathered before dawn, and heat until it weeps. Until it weeps. The phrasing chills you. It's more confession than instruction. You imagine him now, the court alchemist working alone at night, candlelight flickering across sweat-streaked glass, the faint hiss of metal meeting acid. The queen upstairs cannot sleep. The physician is pacing, and somewhere below, this man believes he is closer than ever to saving them all. He takes a small sample of his creation and adds a drop to a goblet of water. It blooms like a halo, gold radiating outward. He drinks because how else can he know if it works? His throat burns, his stomach knots. The taste is metallic, holy, terrible. He collapses, perhaps only for a moment, perhaps forever. You can almost hear the story the next morning. The alchemist vanished in a burst of light. Or, less poetically, the fool poisoned himself again. Either way, the king would nod solemnly, order his papers seized, and command another man to start from the beginning. You kneel beside a heavy wooden chest. Inside you find the strange trophies of his trade, glass bottles filled with powders of every colour, crimson cinnabar, green verdigris, blue lapis, white chalk. A spectrum of hope and hazard. Among them, one bottle glows faintly even now, its contents swirling like smoke, though it's sealed tight. You tilt it toward the candlelight, and the substance inside seems almost alive, shifting with slow, lazy intelligence. You can't tell if it's reflection or reaction. You remember reading once that some alchemists believed in sympathetic metals, that a substance could sense the moon, hunger for the sun, ache toward perfection. Maybe that's what this is, bottled longing. On the table, a metal cup rests beside a crumpled piece of parchment covered in ink blots and trembling script. It is not gold we make, but understanding. The line stops there, the quill's final stroke ending in a long drag. You let out a breath, understanding how human that sounds amid all the madness, because maybe that's what they were all doing, these fevered, exhausted men in smoke-filled rooms, trying to understand why everything beautiful slips away, why flesh wilts, why life fades. Turning it into gold was just a metaphor for not letting go. The room hums faintly. You swear you can hear the faint fizz of unseen reactions still playing out in the dust. A jar cracks quietly in the corner, its contents long since dry. You stand by the wall where the chalk circle fades into shadow. The symbols are crude but hypnotic. A triangle for fire, a crescent for transformation, a dot for the divine. The last one, a circle within a circle, represents eternity, the same shape as the sun, the same shape as the eye that watches everything. And for a moment, standing there, you understand why they worked in darkness. Light ruined the illusion. In darkness, everything shimmered, mercury, gold, even belief. You brush the chalk with your fingers. It smudges instantly, leaving grey dust on your skin. The circle breaks as easily as faith. You turn back toward the royal bedchamber, stepping through the curtain again. The difference in air feels sharp, like leaving one world for another. Behind you, the alchemy room settles into silence. Ahead of you, the royal bed waits, still heavy with the perfume of life and fear. You glance once more at your fingers, streaked with grey. They glint faintly, catching the light like powdered metal. You wipe them on your sleeve, half expecting to feel warmth. But instead, you feel nothing at all. Maybe that's what immortality really feels like. Cold. The air is cool again when you return to the royal chamber, but now a faint rustling noise breaks the silence, a soft, organic sound like silk brushing against silk. It comes from beneath the bed. You hesitate, listening. It isn't the wind. It's too wet, too alive. You crouch, lifting the edge of the embroidered coverlet, and what you see gleams faintly in the candlelight, a small glass jar sealed with wax, filled with water the color of smoke. Inside, something moves. Leeches, dozens of them, slender, glistening, curling against each other like ribbons of night. You blink, both fascinated and faintly nauseated. The jar's lid has been etched with a royal crest, which means these aren't just medical tools, they're property. Royal leeches. You smile at the absurdity of that phrase, then realize how true it is. Because once upon a time, these little creatures were worth more than silver. You set the jar gently on the table beside the bed. The leeches slide upward in a slow, synchronized motion, sensing warmth, or maybe just curiosity. You remember reading that they can survive for months without feeding, waiting, patient, eternal. A perfect metaphor for monarchy if ever there was one. Historians still argue whether royal leeches were used for true medical necessity or merely as symbolic purification. But one thing's certain, every royal household kept them on hand, each jar carefully counted, each worm treated like a sacred relic. You imagine the ritual. The queen lies pale against her pillows, the fever having returned despite every potion and prayer. The physician steps forward, his voice calm, his hands steady. He gestures to the maid, who brings the jar forward like a chalice. The lid is removed. The smell that escapes is faint but unmistakable, earthy, metallic, the scent of damp stone and hidden water. The physician dips his fingers into the jar, selecting a single leech with delicate precision, as though choosing a jewel from a tray. He places it on her arm. It clings instantly, its tiny mouth seeking purchase. The queen flinches, her body tense. The physician murmurs, "It will only sting for a moment." And then the strange stillness begins. You can almost feel it, the rhythm of her pulse slowing, the faint pull as the leech begins its work. The room holds its breath. This, they believed, was purification incarnate. The creature, humble and silent, drawing out corruption through the skin. bloodletting by nature's design. It's grotesque and oddly poetic, a tiny intermediary between heaven and humors. You pick up the jar and turn it in your hands. Inside, the leeches move lazily, their bodies bending in elegant arcs. The light catches them, revealing tiny veins beneath translucent skin. There's something almost mesmerizing about it. No wonder they were believed to balance not just the body, but the soul. A few records mention kings who kept leeches as personal charms, sealed in small vials and worn on chains around the neck as protection against bad humors and envy. One particularly eccentric monarch, according to his valet's diary, named them after his enemies. You can't help but laugh quietly. "How very royal," you murmur. But the laughter fades when you notice something else. A stain on the bed's silk sheet, circular, faintly rust-coloured. Old blood, drawn perhaps from one too many treatments. Leeches, it turns out, were generous creatures, sometimes too generous. The belief persisted that they could drain away any malady, headache, gout, melancholy, even madness. Physicians applied them behind the ears to cure deafness, to the temples to calm rage, and, somewhat alarmingly, to the thighs to improve fertility. In other words, if you had blood, there was a leech waiting for it. You set the jar back down, careful not to jostle it. The creatures writhe once, then settle. The candlelight glints off their glass prison, and for a brief, unsettling moment, you could swear one of them turns its tiny head toward you. Maybe it's just the flicker of the flame, or maybe history is winking. Because the truth is, for centuries, the line between cure and horror was tissue thin. To the royal mind, control meant survival. And what better symbol of control than a creature that quietly takes what it needs, leaves no scars, and survives longer than those who commanded it? You move toward the window, pushing the curtain aside. Moonlight spills into the room, pale and cold, brushing across the silver basin where the bloodletting bowl still rests. The two gleam together, metal and glass, both reflections of the same ritual. The thought strikes you that perhaps the real ritual wasn't about cleansing sickness at all. It was about letting go, about offering something up to the night and pretending it could be bargained with. You look back at the jar one last time. The leeches have gone still again, pressed against the glass, as if listening. You whisper softly, "You little priests of the bloodstream, did you take what they gave you, or just what you wanted?" The silence answers, thick and patient. You smile faintly and cover the jar again with a cloth. It's strange how even the ugliest cures can feel tender. In retrospect, these rooms were full of such contradictions: blood and beauty, decay and perfume, fear and hope swirling together until they became inseparable. And maybe that's the secret you're starting to see, wandering through these royal shadows. They didn't really want healing, they wanted meaning. You let the curtain fall back into place. The moonlight vanishes. The air smells again of honey, metal, and sleep. Somewhere beneath the floorboards, centuries of leeches lie coiled in the dark, preserved in forgotten jars, still dreaming of blood. And perhaps that's what history is too, an endless hunger for what's already gone. You stand still for a long while, feeling the hush after the faint, wet movements of the leeches. It's the kind of quiet that seems to press inward, thick enough to hear your own pulse. When you move again, it's toward the writing desk near the window, where a scatter of parchment glows softly beneath the last guttering candle. The wax has melted in rivers, sealing corners of paper to the surface. You pull one sheet free and find the ink strange, half Latin, half cipher, a mixture of letters and tiny sigils. It isn't a medical record, it's something else. A bedside notebook. Lines of numbers correspond to moon phases, the rising of certain stars. and phrases that read like secret instructions. Drink the cordial only when the dog star ascends. Avoid iron on the night of full moon. For sleeplessness, place the scroll of St. Agatha beneath the pillow. You flip another page. The handwriting changes, now sharper, more hurried. Margins crowded with notes in a second voice. Tested. Works. And His Majesty forbade it. Keep hidden. This isn't a physician's record. It's the Queen's own bedside codex, a blend of almanac, diary, and spellbook. You read on, and the room begins to breathe differently. She writes of her dreams, the illnesses of her children, the ache behind her eyes that never fades. Between the confessions, more recipes, tinctures, fumigations, talismans described in a patient's careful hand. And always she measures everything against the heavens. One line catches you, underlined twice. The stars know more of my body than my doctors. Historians still argue whether astrology was truly medicine or merely the last refuge of the desperate. Yet here, in the quiet scrawl of a woman half a millennium dead, it feels less like superstition and more like mathematics of hope, trying to map chaos into constellations. You find a smaller sheet folded within the pages, a prayer written backward. The letters mirror themselves perfectly. You hold it up to the candle to read it properly. May sleep take the fever and leave me whole. May no spirit cross this bed but mercy. The edges are singed as if she burned half and changed her mind. You imagine her late at night, alone except for her candle and the ever-watchful portraits. The courtiers outside whisper about cures and alliances while she hides in here, drawing tiny circles on parchment, tracing her own pulse with the same ink she uses for spells. The Queen's writing becomes more erratic as the pages continue. There are lists of strange ingredients: powdered sapphire, goat's milk collected by moonlight, the heart of a dove fed only on sweet basil, and curiously, small astronomical diagrams connecting the herbs to the planets. She's building correspondences, Venus with rose, Saturn with rue, Mars with iron. Each plant, each stone, bound to a celestial master. It's both science and poetry. The same longing that drove her alchemist to gold drives her to the stars. A pressed flower slips from between the pages, brown, brittle, but still faintly aromatic. Rosemary again. You hold it to your nose. The scent is thin but familiar. Remembrance, she'd have called it. A charm for memory, a guard against madness. There's an entry dated midsummer, written in trembling hand. The fever returns. The doctors have taken more blood. I dream I am emptied like the moon.
Only this paper knows the truth of me. The words stop mid-sentence. You look up from the desk to the silver mirror above it. Its surface is hazed with age. When you lean close, you see not your reflection, but the ghost of handwriting superimposed over your face, inked words still catching light centuries later. For a moment you can almost hear her voice, quiet but quick, the muttering of someone half hoping no one listens. You picture her hand moving, the quill scratching, the candle flickering when she breathes too near. Perhaps she wrote her cures as much to summon health as to summon courage. You sit in her chair. The wood creaks faintly under your weight. The air feels thicker here, charged with concentration that never quite left. The last page of the notebook lies blank except for a single sigil drawn in crimson pigment, an open eye surrounded by 8 tiny stars. Beneath it, one word, Custos. Guardian? Was it meant to protect her, or to bind something she feared might slip free? You close the notebook gently. The candle's flame dips, then steadies again. It's almost peaceful, this mix of fear and faith. You realize the bedroom was never simply a place of rest. It was a laboratory of meaning, the body failing, the mind inventing, the hand still reaching for control in ink and symbol. You look once more around the chamber, at the leech jar glinting faintly in the dark, the blood basin, the perfumes, the jars of honey, the faint shimmer of pearl dust still lingering in the air. All of it, you think, was part of one long conversation between the living and the inevitable. You whisper softly into the silence. Did any of it help? No answer, of course. Just the crackle of the last candle. You pick up the notebook once more and tuck the dried rosemary back inside before closing it. The hinge clicks like a heartbeat. If words can guard anything, you hope they're still keeping her safe. Somewhere between memory and myth, where all forgotten cures eventually go. You close the Queen's secret notebook and rest it on the desk beside the candle. For a moment, the flame flares high, then draws back into itself. As if the room has taken a slow breath. The silence that follows isn't empty. It hums. A pulse somewhere behind the walls. When you turn toward the far end of the chamber, you notice a second door, narrow, half hidden behind a painted screen of peacocks and pomegranates. It's slightly ajar. You step through. The air changes immediately, warmer, damp, and the smell. Gots, the smell, and there's a strange blend of boiled herbs, burnt vinegar, and something faintly rotten, like old roses left too long in water. This is the fever room. Every royal palace had one. The idea was both practical and ritual. When illness struck, the sick were moved here, away from the clean bed, away from the scent of power and perfume. The fever room was where the royal body could fall apart in private, unseen, because kings and queens weren't supposed to sweat, shiver, or scream. You step inside and see why this place was hidden. The bed is smaller, stripped of silk. Its sheets are plain linen, discoloured by stains that time can't quite erase. A brass brazier squats at its foot, filled with cold ash.
Around it, a collection of ceramic jars, most of them open, their contents hardened into crusted rings, the ghosts of tonics past. You pick up one jar and tilt it toward the light. Inside clings a greenish residue that smells faintly of mint and bile. Fever powder, perhaps. Ground willow bark, sage, and whatever else the apothecary swore would balance the humours. You set it down gently and move to the window. The shutters are closed tight, nailed shut from the inside. It feels wrong. A room sealed for centuries, air that never quite left. A heavy cloth hangs nearby, soaked stiff with something brown. You touch it, vinegar and wine. They used to drape these over the windows and doors during epidemics, believing the fumes would block the invisible plague. You can almost see the servants, their faces wrapped in cloth, whispering prayers as they hammered the nails in. Historians still argue whether such fumigations had any real effect. Perhaps a little. Vinegar does kill some bacteria, but the act itself, the hammering shut of air, probably did more harm than good. You take a slow breath and realize the room still carries the faintest sweetness of decay, like wine turned old. The Queen's fever would have come suddenly. Most did in those times. A cough, a chill, a sense of heaviness behind the eyes. The physicians would gather here, whispering in Latin, debating whether to bleed her again, whether to purge her bowels or pray harder. Meanwhile, the fever climbed like a tide, eating reason first, then grace. You imagine her lying on this narrow bed, stripped of jewelry and dignity alike. No cosmetics, no perfumes, her hair damp, her skin hot and blotched. Around her, bowls of half-cooled water, the air thick with steam and herbs. And yet even here, especially here, ceremony intruded. The royal body was never allowed to be simply ill. Every gesture was symbolic. Each towel dipped into vinegar became a relic, every cup of broth a ritual offering. You notice a smaller stool near the bedside. Upon it rests a silver hand mirror, its surface tarnished into grey clouds. You lift it. The reflection is faint, but enough to catch a glint of your own eyes. You can almost imagine the Queen doing the same, searching her reflection for signs of life. Maybe she prayed not to be remembered this way. Next to the mirror lies a shallow bowl, and in it a dark, hardened lump, black as tar. You tap it with your finger. It's sticky, even now, opium resin perhaps, mixed with herbs and honey, the final remedy, often administered when nothing else worked, or when the physicians had quietly agreed that it was better to drift than to fight. The servants called it Mercy's Kiss. You set the bowl down slowly. There's a kind of haunted order to the room, a rhythm as if all the objects are still mid-task, the half-burnt candle waiting for its flame, the cloths hanging ready to be changed, the basin positioned just so beside the bed. As though the fever never ended. Maybe it didn't. Maybe the fever simply became history itself, an endless, low burning that seeps through centuries, disguised as memory. You find a folded piece of linen tucked into a corner, stiff with something dark. When you unfold it, you see faint embroidery, the royal crest, half faded, and below it, words stitched in tiny thread, in ardor, purgatio, in burning, purification. You whisper the words aloud, and the sound seems to echo back to you. They believed fever was divine, that it burned away sins, purged the body not just of sickness, but of spiritual corruption. The Queen's suffering wasn't meaningless, it was necessary. That's what they told themselves, at least. That's how you survive the sight of power trembling in a nightgown. You run your hand along the wooden bedpost. The surface is slick with polish, but carved deep with scratches. Fingernail marks, desperate, human. A cold shiver crawls down your arms. You realize how many people must have died here, quietly, anonymously. Not just royals, but servants, physicians, attendants. Fever didn't care for titles. You step back toward the doorway, the faint sound of your own breath loud in your ears. Before you leave, you glance once more around the fever room. The brazier, the jars, the sealed windows, the narrow bed. Everything seems to shimmer slightly, as though heat still radiates from the air. You whisper softly, "Did the burning help?" There's no answer, only the faint sigh of air escaping through an unseen crack. You step through the door and pull it shut behind you. The latch clicks. The fever stays where it belongs, sealed in, like the rest of the royal body's forgotten cures. And as you turn back toward the main chamber, you can't shake the feeling that every palace in history still has such a room somewhere, quiet, airless, eternal, waiting for someone to open the door again. You close the door behind you, and the faint warmth of the fever room fades at once, replaced by the clean chill of air that hasn't been breathed for centuries. For a few moments, the quiet seems complete, until you notice the fragrance that shouldn't be there. Not herbs, not medicine, perfume. It is faint, elegant, strangely sharp, like orange blossoms steeped in alcohol. The scent draws you toward the dressing table, to a cluster of glass flasks arranged in a half circle. Most are familiar shapes, round bodies, long necks, gilded stoppers, but one stands out. It is smaller, heavier, the glass darker, as if it were designed to hide what it carries. You lift it. The wax seal bears a royal insignia, but beneath the crest, someone has scratched a single letter, P. You tilt the bottle slightly. The liquid inside moves like smoke trapped in amber. This isn't perfume for beauty. This is the poisoner's perfume bottle. You loosen the stopper just enough to breathe the edge of its aroma. It's sweet at first, violets, musk, a trace of clove, and then something metallic, acrid, unmistakable, bitter almond, cyanide's whisper. You replace the stopper quickly, heart knocking once. You set it down and imagine the scene that birthed it. A court banquet, candles glittering on silver, the queen's rivals smiling too brightly. Perfume drifts through the hall like invisible music. A few drops dabbed behind the ear, another at the wrist. No one would ever know which fragrance was harmless and which held a death sentence. Historians still argue whether the bottle you hold was meant for self-defense or quiet execution. Some say royal women kept emergency perfumes as a means of escape. One inhaled to avoid capture, or scandal, or humiliation. Others claim the same vials were used to eliminate inconvenient suitors or ambitious cousins. In either story, the difference between cure and weapon is measured in drops. You remember the old phrase whispered among apothecaries, "What heals at sunrise kills by midnight." It was less warning than advertisement. You study the dark glass again, catching your reflection in its surface. The distortion makes your eyes longer, stranger. You wonder if the Queen herself once looked into it, wondering the same thing, how much she could trust her own medicine. There is a folded parchment beside the bottle, sealed with black wax. You break it gently and unfold it. Inside, in a hand that leans toward trembling elegance, are just a few lines. For the relief of suffering, 3 drops in wine. For mercy, 5. Beyond that, the soul departs before the body. No name, no signature, just that final arithmetic of compassion. You imagine the court physicians again standing by the bed in whispered argument. "She suffers," one says. "Let her rest," says another. "The king forbids it." And someone, perhaps a maid, perhaps no one official, takes the matter into quieter hands. A few nights later, the perfume bottle stands empty, its scent faint and clean. The court reports Her Majesty passed peacefully. The rumour, of course, lasts much longer than the fragrance. You run a thumb over the wax seal. It flakes away easily, leaving a faint residue on your skin. For a moment you imagine it sinking through the pores, ghost molecules of something that once silenced a queen. The candle sputters and smokes, and the smell that follows, sharp, bitter, makes you laugh quietly. "Careful," you whisper. You might end up in the archives as another mystery. You set the bottle down and glance around the rest of the table. More flasks, rose, lavender, ambergris. Each one harmless, each one pretending to be the same. The idea that danger might hide among them feels almost comforting. At least poison was honest. It didn't promise miracles. You think about the apothecaries who mixed these scents. Many were artists, chemists, spies. Their shops sold both medicine and perfume because the two were almost the same thing, the manipulation of breath. You inhale what someone else has created, and it changes you. There's a small box beside the flasks, carved with a pattern of ivy leaves. Inside are several rolled papers, formulas by the look of them. You unroll one and read oil of bitter almond, wine of rue, musk of civet, distill until clear, store away from heat and envy. And envy. That makes you smile again. Even in recipes for poison, human emotion leaks through. You can almost hear the footsteps of the perfumer arriving late at night, summoned by a whisper rather than an order. The task must have been terrifying, to craft something exquisite enough to smell divine and lethal enough to erase its own guilt. There's a story, one of those tales historians never quite confirm, that a certain French queen kept 2 identical bottles, one for her pillow, one for her enemies. She marked them only by memory. When she died suddenly, no one could agree which one she'd chosen last. You look again at the bottle on the table. The candlelight catches the curve of glass. The amber liquid glows. You realize that if you didn't know what it contained, you might be tempted to dab a little on your wrist just to feel royal. That's the danger, isn't it? Everything beautiful in this room wants to kill you slowly. You lower your hand, step back, and let the shadow swallow the perfume's shine. The scent still lingers, sweet, faintly bitter, a trace of elegance left behind like a lie that refuses to fade. For the first time since entering the palace, you feel a thin line of pity for everyone who once lived here. To rule, to be adored, to glow, to smell divine, all of it required a little death each day. And perhaps that's why this particular bottle remains half full. Someone, centuries ago, decided not to finish the measure. They left just enough for the future to find. You whisper softly, almost respectfully, "Sleep well, whoever you were." Then you replace the bottle exactly where it was and blow out the candle. In the dark, the perfume's ghost lingers like the aftertaste of courage. You run your fingers along the carved bedpost and find them wrapped in thin garlands. Brittle now, they're green, long gone, but the scent of rosemary still clings to the wood like a stubborn rumour. Sprigs of rue hang from the canopy in careful knots tied with blue ribbon or a scrap of prayer, and every so often a smear of holy water glistens where some hurried hand has blessed a corner. The room smells like an herbarium that lost a fight with a church service, green, sharp, faintly acidic, and oddly consoling. Herbs were the wallpaper of belief to the royal mind. They did more than perfume a room. They formed a living perimeter around a body deemed too important to be left to chance. Rosemary for remembrance and defense, rue for protection and to temper passion, lavender to soothe, hyssop to purify. The bedposts, the headboard, even the curtains wore these plants like talismans. You think of them as the palace's very own security system, low-tech, plant-based, and scented. Less biometric scanner, more botanical bouncer. There's a mainstream fact you can't ignore. Sprinkling and fumigating with herbs and holy water was an institutionalized practice across medieval and early modern Europe. Priests blessed beds and priests blessed people. Apothecaries recommended bunches of herbs. Housewives tucked posies into linen. It was both ecclesiastical rite and domestic routine. In practice, the two braided together until laywomen and clerics spoke the same language: incense, fumigation, and the careful placing of things that smelled like hope. Historians still argue whether fumigation and herbal wards actually lowered infection rates, or if they mainly lowered people's panic. The debate smells faintly of rosemary and scholarly footnotes. You circle the bed and finger a knot of rue. Its leaves are jagged, olive green, still holding that peculiar bitter perfume. People used rue as a universal fixer, a protective herb against the evil eye, a cooling agent for fevers, and, in some recipes, a preventative against poison. You laugh under your breath because rue also had a reputation for warding off lust, which, if true, must have been terribly inconvenient for courtiers trying to get through a long winter. Imagine a whole ballroom full of men repelled by aromatic chastity. Talk about cutting the mood, joke one, royal romance, sponsored by rue. Hung with herbs, the bed became a layered argument: faith versus nature, prayer versus plant. Holy water was splashed in the corners like punctuation. Priests came with aspergillums and solemn faces, traced crosses over hems, and muttered that the water would repel both demon and disease. You can picture a bishop tiptoeing through the bedchamber at midnight, sprinkling droplets like he's trying not to wake the furniture. The image is ridiculous and comforting all at once. Joke 2. Nothing says divine protection like a bishop doing modernist interior decorating. But the wards weren't all piety and pageantry. Some of the practices had a chaotic, experimental logic to them. Rosemary contains compounds that are mildly antiseptic and aromatic, which can discourage insects and calm the nose, so stuffing pillows with rosemary would at least make the night more bearable. Vinegar baths, smoke from burning herbs, and citrus peels all did something to the smell of a room. Whether they stopped a plague is another question. The actions had the effect of making environments less hospitable to fleas and certain bacteria, plausible benefits dressed in ritual. Historians still argue whether those benefits were incidental or intentional. In other words, whether practitioners were proto-ecologists or blissful ritualists. Either way, clever or not, they smelled a lot better. Joke 3, Early Public Health, brought to you by Smells Good Solutions, LLC. You move to a small basin on a side table. Its rim is chipped, the silver dulled. But within the shallow water, a few drops of holy water still tremble. Someone, a maid, a confessor, the queen herself, had likely dabbed this cloth to the sleeper's forehead during a night of fever. Holy water was both sacrament and placebo, a wet benediction to steady the hands of those who touched the ill. For a monarch, the line between medicine and miracle was often paper-thin. A touch could be both a rite of state and a therapeutic gesture. The more layers of meaning, the better the defense: a prayer, a plant, a potion. If one failed, the others might yet persuade the body to keep going. You find a faded scrap of linen stitched into the mattress seam, its embroidery a tiny cross surrounded by minuscule roses. The maid who sewed it had carved a prayer into thread. That's important because these curative rituals often lived in domestic spaces, not just in the apothecary's ledger or the bishop's sermon. Women, midwives, housekeepers, ladies-in-waiting, were the keepers of the bedside canon, the quiet practitioners who combined charm, cloth, and tincture into a nightly liturgy. The court may have had physicians and alchemists, but the real first responders were usually hands that had learned care through 1,000 small losses. And then there are the quirks, the odd, specific customs that look ridiculous until you remember the context. In some places, people believed that tucking a horseshoe into a mattress warded off witchcraft. In others, bread was hung by the bed to absorb bad humours. You can admit you briefly considered tucking a croissant under your pillow because, well, pastries are supportive in their own way. The palace's bedside customs read like a flea market of ideas, half superstition, half environmental engineering. Okay, that's a joke, but also bread as a biofilter? We might be onto something. You trace the residue of an ancient fumigation on the floor. A blackened ring where herbs were burned and the smoke allowed to curl under the cushions. The practice of fumigation, burning aromatic substances to clean the air, was widespread. People believed air could be corrupted. Clean air, therefore, had moral and medical significance. They were rightish. Smoke can deter insects and reduce microbial loads to a degree. It also, more importantly, signaled care. When someone took the time to fumigate a room, it meant that the sick were seen, tended, and not abandoned. That social meaning probably mattered as much as any chemical effect. You remember a line tucked in the Queen's notebook, "Bless the bed, and the bed will bless the body." It's sentimental in a way that's impossible to judge harshly. If blessing a bed made a monarch sleep more deeply and thus recover more, then blessing the bed had a practical outcome too. You realize that a lot of medieval medicine was pragmatic. Rituals to steady the nerves, herbs to cover the stench of a sick room, water blessed to give caretakers courage. The mixture of the sacred and the botanical didn't have to be science to be useful. It only had to change how people behaved. You pause beneath the canopy and close your eyes, breathing in that stubborn rosemary scent. For all its eccentricities, there's a dignity to these wards. They are gestures of defiance against an indifferent night. folds of plant and prayer fixed around someone who mattered enough to be protected by ceremony. You feel foolishly moved by how much effort the living poured into holding death at bay. They stitched thread, burned herbs, and called priests, all in the hope that a crown could be kept whole for one more dawn. Before you leave, you pluck a tiny sprig of rosemary and tuck it into your coat, almost as a souvenir. It's dry and a little prickly, but the smell follows you like a memory. You think of the other odd curatives you've seen in this palace. The pearl dust, the mercury creams, the leeches, and the pattern becomes clear. People will try almost anything to feel protected. Even if it's a little ridiculous, even if it stains the sheets, even if it makes the court sniffle and say, "Oh, how curious." You smooth the curtain and step back into the quieter half of the chamber. The scent of herbs fades behind you like the last line of a hymn. Outside, the palace waits, noisy, practical, absurd. Inside, the bed keeps its green armor, and the night keeps its watch. You brush your fingers against the rosemary in your pocket, smile and murmur, "Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen?" as if recalling a private joke between friends. The joke is a callback, soft and absurd. A tiny acknowledgement that history is full of missteps and that the living keep trying anyway. You pause at the doorway, the scent of rosemary still lingering on your fingers, before moving toward a small alcove on the far side of the chamber, a recess hidden behind draped velvet, where the air feels denser, as though it's seen too much. The furniture here is simpler, a small round table, a glass bottle half filled with dark syrup, and beside it a row of goblets that glitter faintly like captured tears. The smell here is heavy and unmistakable, opium, wine, and fading roses. You've entered the kingdom of the sleep elixirs, the Queen's nightly companions when prayer and herb sachets failed to quiet her heart. You can almost see her seated here in the half-light, her hair loose, her posture slumped in the weary way that only sleeplessness teaches. A maid approaches with steady hands, holding the night's potion on a silver tray. The Queen doesn't ask what's in it. She never does. She just gestures faintly and the maid pours. The liquid slides thickly into the goblet, red and luminous as blood. The smell could almost be pleasant if it weren't so desperate. Laudanum, a syrup of wine and opium sweetened with honey or treacle, marketed as the cordial of tranquility. Every royal household used it, from London to Vienna to Versailles. The doctors swore by it. A cure for sleeplessness, nerves, grief, indigestion, melancholy, anything that couldn't be fixed with prayer. Historians still argue whether laudanum should be called a medicine or an addiction, but in this chamber, under this candlelight, the distinction doesn't matter. It's just survival in a bottle. You imagine the scene with painful clarity. The Queen's trembling hand lifting the cup, the first cautious sip, the bitter taste hidden under sugar. The warmth spreads quickly, pooling behind her eyes, softening the hard edge of thought. She exhales, eyelids fluttering, mouth parting slightly. The maids retreat, the door closes, the room sighs in relief. For a while at least, the Queen is quiet. The irony, of course, is that the elixir rarely granted true sleep. It offered a shimmering half-dream instead, one where the mind wandered without direction, neither resting nor waking. Those who took it drifted through nights thick with visions, fire and water, dead lovers, impossible gardens. And then morning came, pale and sharp, demanding coherence from a body that no longer remembered what natural rest felt like. You walk to the table and pick up the bottle. The glass is clouded, but a label survives beneath the grime. Cordial for the soothing of spirits. There's no dosage listed, only an instruction. As needed until the world softens. You smile softly at the phrasing. There's poetry in it, whether accidental or deliberate. A small spoon rests beside the bottle, its bowl darkened from years of use. You imagine the nightly ritual, one spoon, sometimes two, depending on the day's heartbreak. The rhythm of the act itself probably brought comfort long before the drug did. The slow stir, the clink of metal against glass, the sweetness blooming in the air. There's another bottle beside it, this one sealed with a wax emblem of a crescent moon. You hold it to the light, clear liquid, faintly opalescent. A recipe of poppy milk, mandrake and hyoscyamus, the medieval trinity of sleep. Together they could calm the mind or stop the heart, depending on the measure. And measure, you realize, was never an exact science. Historians still argue whether the royal doctors understood the line between medicine and mercy. The doses they wrote down were guidelines, guesses, or sometimes coded instructions, different meanings for different readers. A generous portion could mean half a cup, or eternity. You set the bottle down gently and look toward the bed again. You can picture her there, lying perfectly still, hands folded on her stomach like a statue, her breath slowing as the elixir curls through her veins. Around her the night hums with muted life, the creak of wood, the soft shuffle of servants, the faraway clink of bells on a watchman's belt. Inside the Queen's mind, the dreams begin. You imagine one of them now. She's walking through her childhood garden, the air glowing gold, her father calling from a distance. His voice is kind again, not weighted with disappointment. Birds sing. The wind smells of clean linen. For the first time in years, she feels safe. But then the garden blurs, and the edges melt, and the voice that was her father's becomes something else entirely, something hollow. She turns to look, and there's no one there. Only the faint echo of her own heartbeat, and the knowledge that even in dreams she can't escape herself. You exhale slowly, setting the bottle back onto the table. The use of opium in royal medicine wasn't just common, it was expected. Nobility were too valuable to suffer. Pain was considered beneath their rank, a thing to be erased with wine and powder. But pain has a habit of waiting. So does exhaustion. You run a thumb along the rim of the goblet, leaving a clean streak through the dust. For all its tragedy, there's something human here, universal even. The desire to find sleep in a world that refuses to stop spinning. You lift the goblet slightly, hold it to your nose. The faintest scent remains, sugar, wine, and the ghost of something darker. It smells like surrender. In the distance, a clock chimes, though you can't tell from where. The sound is round and hollow like time remembering itself. You think of the generations who followed, other queens, other nobles, other night tables cluttered with bottles. The formulas change, the names differ, but the ritual remains identical. A little sweetness, a little silence, a promise of peace. Maybe that's what all of this was, you think, not medicine, but permission. Permission to stop fighting the night. You set the goblet back down. The candle's flame wavers once, as if nodding in agreement. And in that small silence between flicker and smoke, you can almost hear the whisper of her voice, slurred, weary, grateful. At last, I'll sleep. The candle gutters out, leaving only the faint scent of poppies and honey drifting through the dark. The candle has burned itself to a soft pool of wax, but the chamber still glows faintly. Moonlight now, pale and unhurried, seeping through the thin gap between curtains. You move quietly toward that silver spill of light, and it touches your hand like cold water. Something glimmers at the far end of the room. Mirrors. Dozens of them. Small ones, large ones, gilt frames and ivory ovals, propped against walls or dangling from silk cords. They form a quiet constellation around the bed, catching the faintest movement, multiplying it endlessly. Each one seems to breathe, to blink. You can see yourself a dozen times over, the same motion delayed by a heartbeat. This is the chamber of mirrors, where reflection became medicine. It's easy to forget how deeply mirrors obsessed the royals. They were rare, expensive, and, in the centuries before, glass perfected its craft, made with mercury backing. To own one was to own a piece of alchemy, a captured moon. To surround yourself with them, as some monarchs did, was to live inside your own illusion. You approach the nearest mirror and breathe against it. The glass fogs gently, then clears, revealing a faint halo of light around your reflection. You can see why they trusted them. Mirrors promised a kind of certainty. If I can see myself, I am still here. But the irony hangs heavy. Every reflection then came at a cost. The mercury used to back mirrors wasn't sealed as it is today. It vaporized slowly, poisoning the air, seeping through skin, eating at the mind. Every glance, every vanity, every self-assurance was tinged with slow madness. Historians still argue whether some monarchs' strange behavior, their tremors, paranoia, violent rages, came from mercury itself or from power's more subtle toxins. Perhaps both. You touch one of the mirrors, the glass hums faintly beneath your fingertips, cold as ice. The surface warps just enough to bend your reflection, turning you into something ghostly. In the corner of the room, other mirrors catch the same light, scattering it like the ripples of a dream. You can picture it clearly, the queen sitting here in her dressing gown, hours past midnight, surrounded by candlelight and her own faces. The royal physician has gone, the maids are asleep, and only her reflection keeps her company. She leans forward, studying herself. Her pupils dilate strangely in the candlelight. The skin glows unnaturally smooth, thanks to her mercury cream. Her lips are pale, her breath shallow, and still she smiles. "Still beautiful," she whispers, "still chosen." But the mirrors don't flatter, they just return her gaze mercilessly. There's something eerie about that kind of solitude, the act of staring so long into one's own face that it begins to move differently. That was the quiet addiction of mirrors. They promised truth, but they sold fantasy. You glance around. The mirrors here are arranged in deliberate symmetry, two facing the bed, one above the vanity, one at the foot of the room, tilted downward like a watchful eye. The placement wasn't random. In the early modern world, people believed mirrors could trap sickness, that a reflection could absorb pain or even death if positioned correctly. When someone in the house died, the servants would cover every mirror in cloth to prevent the soul from being caught. But in royal chambers, superstition bent to self-worship. Instead of covering mirrors, some rulers multiplied them. "Reflect divine light," the poet said. But perhaps it was simply to reassure themselves that they were still more alive than the rest of us. You move closer to the largest one, a floor-length mirror framed in gold, its edges blooming with the faint grey of oxidation. The surface ripples slightly, as though it remembers every face that's ever stood before it. You half expect to see one of them now, a pale hand, a jeweled crown, an echo of a sigh. Instead, it shows you what you are, another visitor caught between curiosity and caution. The room is filled with the faint, metallic scent of old mercury. The air tastes strange, thin, silvery. You cough once, quietly. Imagine the daily routine here. Mornings spent painting faces with powder made from the same metal that lined the walls. Nights spent gazing into reflections coated in it. It's no wonder, you think, that so many royal portraits look both radiant and faintly unreal. Their beauty was literal alchemy, a glow purchased molecule by molecule, and the mirrors saw it all. You take a step back and your movement fractures into a dozen echoes. You think about how these mirrors once shaped politics. Courtiers watching their queen's reflection for signs of favour, ambassadors gauging her moods by how long she looked away. One glance too brief, one blink too slow, and alliances shifted. Mirrors turned rooms into performances. They still do, don't they? Only now we call them screens. You catch your own reflection smiling at that thought. A quiet, ironic smile that feels borrowed from another century. You lower your gaze, feeling the faint pull of fatigue behind your eyes. The mirrors shimmer softly in response, as if bowing in agreement. There's a small inscription carved into the frame of the largest mirror, half hidden by dust. You wipe it clean and read, Lux vult decipi. Light wishes to be deceived. You whisper the phrase aloud and your voice folds into the stillness. That, you think, might be the truest line ever written about royalty, or about anyone who's ever stood too long before their own reflection. You step back one last time. The mirrors capture you from every angle, head bowed, eyes half-lidded, posture tired. For a second, you look exactly like every monarch who's ever stared at themselves and wondered what remained beneath the powder and perfume. Then the candle gutters out completely, and the room dissolves into shadow. For a heartbeat, you catch one lingering glint of light. Your reflection, still shining faintly in the dark after the flame is gone. It fades slowly, gently, as though reluctant to let go. And in that final shimmer, the mirrors seem to whisper back to you. You are here. You are vanishing. You are beautiful still. When you next open your eyes, dawn has not yet arrived, but the air feels softer. The oppressive perfume of mercury and opium replaced by something rawer. The faint smell of milk, of damp linen, and smoke from the small brazier still smouldering near the hearth. You follow it toward a low door beyond the bedchamber, smaller than the rest, half concealed behind a hanging tapestry of a crowned mother and child. The hinges groan as you push it open, and warm air greets you like a sigh. This is no ordinary room. The walls are bare stone, the floors uneven. In the center, a wooden stool. Beside it, a basin, and hanging from a peg, a loop of braided cord worn smooth from use. On a narrow shelf, bottles, bundles of dried herbs, and a thick, cloth-bound book whose spine is cracked with age. You have entered the midwife's chamber. This is where the palace's quiet miracles happened, and where many began or ended. It smells different from the rest of the palace, not of perfume or metal, but of bodies. Real, mortal, working bodies. A mixture of wax, sweat, lavender, and blood. The air holds the memory of whispers, voices that once sang under their breath while steadying trembling hands. You run your palm across the stool's worn surface and picture it as it once was, a queen gripping its edges, her hair loose, her breath ragged, the room lit by too many candles, and the low chant of women urging her to push. Here, the healers were not the perfumed physicians who hovered in the great chamber. They were women in plain linen, sleeves rolled to the elbow, who knew more of the body than any court scholar dared admit, midwives, herbalists, and mystics. They kept their knowledge secret, partly by choice, partly by necessity. Theirs was an inheritance passed by word of mouth, recipe to recipe, pain to pain. They could turn vinegar and salt into antiseptic, boil rose petals into calming syrup, use willow bark to dull agony. The same bark that centuries later would give birth to aspirin. Historians still argue whether these women were scientists or sorceresses. The truth is kinder. They were both, because the world left them no other way to survive. You notice a small copper pan near the hearth. At its bottom, a crust of dark residue remains. Dried milk and oil, maybe mixed with myrrh. It would have been used to wash the newborn, to bless skin still trembling from its first breath. The midwives believed that smell mattered most. If the child entered the world surrounded by sweetness, it would remember kindness before anything else. You pick up one of the herb bundles from the shelf. It crumbles easily in your hand. Rue, again, for protection, but this time mingled with fennel and bay, herbs sacred to women who guarded life from both disease and rumour. There is a charm tied to it, scratched on a square of parchment. As the moon waxes, let the child's strength rise. As it wanes, let pain fade with it. Simple words. A prayer, a science, a superstition. Maybe all at once. You sit on the stool for a moment, feeling the ghost of exhaustion soaked into the wood. How many queens, you wonder, laboured here? How many never left this room alive? Royal births were both holy ceremony and public performance. Outside, priests chanted and courtiers waited for news, because the cry of a baby meant political stability. Inside, the midwives worked quietly, invisible saviours. If they failed, they carried the blame. If they succeeded, the physicians took the credit. You find the thick book on the shelf and open it carefully. The handwriting is fine but firm, the ink brown from age. It isn't a diary. It's a ledger of births, a record kept not for historians, but for survival. Each page lists herbs, hours, weather, and the positions of stars. One entry reads, Her Majesty delivered of a son at 1:30 after midnight, the wind from the south, rue water taken, mother faint, babe strong. Another. A girl still yet warm, buried before dawn, the queen slept again by candlelight. You let the pages close. The book is heavy, almost alive, its edges faintly sticky with old oils. The brazier crackles once, startlingly loud. You turn toward it and notice something glinting in the ashes, a small bronze spoon warped by heat. You pick it up. The handle is engraved with a moon, its edge darkened from endless sterilization by fire. The midwives boiled everything they could. They knew about cleanliness long before the word sterile entered medical textbooks. Their rituals were acts of empirical observation wrapped in prayer. And still they were distrusted. In the court's official portraits, physicians stand tall in robes of velvet and lace. The women who truly saved lives were painted out, their faces forgotten. Yet their work remains in these rooms, in every charm tucked beneath a mattress, in every vial of lavender oil found beside a royal crib. You look to the far wall where a window, narrow and high, frames the faintest trace of dawn. The first pale light spills across the stone and touches the corner of an object you hadn't noticed, a small wooden crucifix hanging from a nail, its surface worn smooth by countless thumbs. Beside it, a small clay figure, a goddess older than the cross, round and faceless, carved from local earth. The two hang side by side, neither superior nor ashamed. Faith and fertility, heaven and earth. You smile. The midwives understood balance better than any philosopher. They didn't need to pick one truth. They simply used whatever worked. You stand and run your hand once more over the stool, then step back into the main chamber. The air there feels sterile by comparison. Too clean, too ceremonial. The difference between the two rooms is the difference between image and intimacy. And you realize something. For all the court's obsession with control, with perfume and purity and protocol, the only real acts of creation here came from those unrecorded hands in the quiet room. The women who whispered to the moon, measured herbs by feel, and believed that the divine began in pain and ended in breath. The curtain sways faintly as you pass through. Somewhere outside, a bird begins to sing. Not yet dawn, but almost. You murmur softly to the empty air. Midwives, mystics, mothers. You were the real physicians. The scent of fennel and smoke follows you out like a blessing. You step back into the Queen's main chamber, blinking at the change in light. The faint silver of early dawn has thinned into something milkier, soft enough to make dust look like mist. Everything here seems gentler now, except for the smell. It's sharp, almost sour, like iron left too long in water. You follow it toward the far corner of the room, where a small wooden table stands beneath a hanging tapestry. The table is cluttered with objects that glitter faintly in the dim light. Cups, vials, and several slender glass cylinders capped with cork and gilt. Their contents shimmer golden, amber, and occasionally, alarmingly, red. You recognize them immediately. Urine jars. The royal urinals of medicine. You almost laugh at how ceremonial they look. Gilded edges, engraved initials, glass so finely blown it could have been mistaken for crystal. Only the faint residue along their interiors betrays their true purpose. Still, these weren't crude chamber pots. They were diagnostic instruments, the stethoscopes of their day. For centuries, physicians relied on uroscopy, the practice of reading health in the color, clarity, and even sound of urine. And for a queen, her urine was practically a political document. You pick up one of the flasks. The liquid inside has dried to a translucent stain, faintly gold. It smells, not entirely unpleasant actually, more metallic than foul, like copper coins and citrus. On the base, an inscription etched in Latin, Urina Reginae, Luna Tertia, the Queen's urine, third moon. You smile wryly. Of course, even her urine had to sound poetic. You imagine the ritual as it once unfolded, a maid collecting the sample discreetly in the early hours, her face expressionless, her movements trained, the flask handed over to a physician who would lift it toward the light like a chalice. He'd tilt it, swirl it, hold it against a candle flame, and then, and this part always makes you wince, he'd sniff. You can almost see him there, standing solemnly by the window, inhaling the breath of royalty through a tube of glass, pretending that divine insight was only a whiff away. Historians still argue whether uroscopy ever yielded accurate diagnoses or simply trained physicians to become the most refined connoisseurs of nonsense. But there's no denying its symbolism. In a world obsessed with humours and elements, every bodily fluid was a map of the soul. The doctors used elaborate urine charts painted with shades ranging from pale honey to deep saffron to rusted wine. Each shade corresponded to an illness, or, depending on the monarch's mood, a political omen. A queen's golden urine meant fertility and favour. Too dark, and rumours of infertility would bloom like mould in the court corridors. You find a folded parchment beneath one of the jars. An official report, written in elegant Latin script. The fluid, most pleasing to the eye, neither too thin nor too thick. Its scent moderate, its hue tending toward amber. Prognosis, strength returning. You can almost hear the doctor reading it aloud to the council chamber, his voice trembling slightly as nobles nodded approvingly, relieved that the royal bladder had delivered a favourable prophecy. It would be funny if it weren't so terribly human. Because what else could they measure, really? They had no microscopes, no chemistry, no germ theory. All they had were colours and courage, and an unshakable belief that the body, if read correctly, could confess its own secrets. You lean closer to one of the jars and notice faint etching on the side. Tiny symbols of moons and suns, the alchemist's shorthand for bodily cycles. The Queen's urine, like her blood, was treated as celestial. The physician studied her body the way astrologers studied the sky, looking for patterns, conjunctions, omens of favor or decline. It's strange, isn't it, how royalty blurred the line between human and divine so completely that even waste became relic. You picture the absurdity. A dozen learned men in silks gathered around a table, each with his own theory. The cloudiness suggests melancholy. No, it is too fragrant, surely signs of new conception. Her Majesty's humours incline toward Mars this month. Meanwhile, the poor Queen sits in her chamber, sipping honey water and pretending not to know that her bodily fluids are being discussed like fine wine. You chuckle softly at the image, then stop, struck by a quieter thought. Maybe, beneath the absurdity, there was tenderness too. A doctor lifting a vial to the light wasn't just guessing, he was hoping to see improvement, to find reassurance that the pulse of his monarch, and thus his own livelihood, was steady. You pick up one of the jars again, this one labelled Septima Luna Nocte Serena. The seventh moon, a clear night. The fluid within is pale and faintly luminescent, as though the years haven't fully let go of it. It catches the window's light and throws a golden shimmer across the wall. A small, wavering star made of something entirely mundane. That's when you realize these jars are the purest symbol of the royal illusion, turning waste into beauty, declaring that even the most human parts of the body could be elevated into ceremony. You set the jar down gently and wipe your hands on your coat, even though you haven't really touched anything unpleasant. The gesture feels instinctive, a small bow to propriety centuries old. There's a folded cloth beside the jars embroidered in neat script. Examine, interpret, forgive. You trace the words with your fingertip. Forgive. And maybe that's what this whole room was about. The endless attempt to forgive the body for being mortal. For sweating, bleeding, breaking, aging, for daring to betray its owner, even when that owner wore a crown. You lean on the table for a moment, listening to the quiet. Somewhere in the palace, a clock ticks faintly. Outside, the first threads of sunrise have begun to climb the horizon, throwing pale gold across the window frame, almost the same colour as the last liquid in those jars. You whisper, half to the room, half to yourself. You turned even your weakness into ritual, and that's why we remember you. The jars gleam faintly like they agree. You turn away, letting the dawn light spill fully across the chamber. The scent of metal and sweetness lingers as you leave, strange, human, unashamed. The sun has finally crept into the palace, soft and unhurried, laying its light across every strange relic. The basin, the bedposts, the opium spoon, the gilded jars that once turned biology into theology. Morning here doesn't feel alive so much as tolerated. You make your way toward a second adjoining chamber you haven't yet explored, guided by the faint smell of beeswax and something that reminds you of citrus and ashes. The door is slightly ajar, the hinges sighing as you push it open. The room beyond is smaller, more intimate, a place of brushes, towels, small jars, and ivory combs laid neatly in rows. A looking-glass stands against the far wall, framed in gold and etched, with a pattern of tiny stars. And this isn't the dressing room of vanity you've already seen. It's something else entirely. The royal hygiene chamber, where cleanliness itself became a cure. You've read about this, of course. In later centuries, the great physicians of Europe began to preach that health could be maintained through purification, not of the soul, as priests said, but of the skin. Here, water was medicine, steam was a sacrament. And yet the irony presses close. Most royals dreaded bathing. You run a hand along the marble tub in the centre of the room. It's shallow, beautifully carved, shaped like a blooming lily. The surface is cool, though faintly greasy with the residue of old oils. You kneel beside it and catch the faint scent of rose and vinegar. That was the base of almost every royal bath recipe: milk, wine, vinegar, honey, and herbs steeped in muslin. It sounds luxurious now, but in its time, this was genuine treatment. To bathe the skin in soft acids that would draw out toxins and refresh the humours. The records tell stories of kings and queens who bathed only twice a year, not from laziness, but fear. Physicians warned that water opened the pores and let disease in. So, instead of washing, the royals wiped themselves with sponges soaked in perfumed alcohol. The illusion of cleanliness replaced the act itself. You trail a finger through the residue on the edge of the tub and think, amused, dry shampoo, version 1.0. The sun moves further in, revealing small copper basins scattered along the floor, their rims darkened with age. Beside them are folded cloths, soft as silk now, though they were once rough linen, used for rubbing baths. The practice was equal parts exfoliation and exorcism, the idea that vigorous friction could drive sickness from the skin. There's a recipe sheet pinned to the wall. You read the faded ink aloud. Boil rosemary, sage, and salt in vinegar. Bathe the limbs while reciting the psalm for renewal. Dry with the cloth of good fortune. Beware draughts of air after washing. That last line makes you laugh. Beware the air. The people who feared it most lived in houses with 300 windows. Historians still argue whether this hesitation to bathe worsened the plagues that came and went like weather. Probably it did. But the logic was consistent with the world they lived in, a world where purity was more spiritual than microbial. You pour a few drops of water from the pitcher nearby into the empty tub. The sound is bright and small, echoing off the marble like the start of a forgotten prayer. Imagine her here, the Queen, seated in the tub under candlelight. Attendants pour the rosewater mixture over her shoulders, the liquid gliding down her arms like silk. She closes her eyes, exhales. For a moment, it's not medicine. It's something gentler, something like forgiveness. Then, just as quickly, the indulgence ends. A physician enters to check her pulse. The ritual of control resumes. You find a small vial near the tub labelled Essence of Aqua Vitae. You know what it is. A compound of alcohol, spices, and inevitably mercury chloride. The water of life that shortened so many. A few drops in bath water, they said, preserved youth and killed disease, and yet it also corroded flesh. You swirl the vial gently. Inside, a small metallic shimmer catches the light, beauty and death still dancing centuries later. There's a mirror above the tub, smaller than the others, its surface dim but intact. A thin inscription curls along its edge. To see the body as the soul intends it. You lean closer. The light makes your reflection waver, as if you're being painted by the water itself. And suddenly you understand why the royals surrounded themselves with so many mirrors, perfumes, and scented waters. It wasn't vanity. It was the desperate attempt to stay visible, to be reminded that they still existed beneath the layers of power, fear, and ritual. You dip a hand into the basin again. The water is cold now, but you feel warmth anyway. A strange echo of touch from the hundreds of hands that once worked in this room, maids, bath attendants, healers, perfumers. One jar nearby still bears its wax seal. You break it gently and find a pale, chalky powder inside. The label reads to whiten the teeth and cleanse the tongue. Ingredients: burnt alum, powdered coral, crushed bone, and, inevitably, mercury. You grin despite yourself. Of course, the rich have always paid extra for poison as long as it sparkled. There's a smaller stool beside the tub with a folded towel draped over it. You lift the towel and find beneath it a prayer card, its ink faded but legible. Bless this water that it may cleanse more than skin. You place it back gently, feeling something like respect. Because for all their absurdity, for all the gilded jars of urine, the leeches, the mercury dust, there was a sincerity here that's hard to mock. These rituals weren't just superstition, they were longing made tangible. Every bath, every tincture, every whispered prayer was a conversation with the body, a truce with mortality. You step back and take in the room again, the tub, the towels, the glimmer of dawn on marble. It's beautiful in a fragile way, like an apology left behind by time. You whisper softly, you were trying to be clean in a world that never was. The water in the basin catches the first full beam of sunlight, scattering gold across the walls. For a moment the room feels awake again, as if somewhere, deep in the stone, a queen exhales in relief. The water in the marble tub trembles slightly, catching that first clear shaft of sunlight, a ripple of gold and silence, before going still again. You stand there for a while, letting the air settle until a faint sound reaches your ear. It's not footsteps, it's not the wind, it's the soft clinking of glass, rhythmic, deliberate. You follow it, past the basin, beyond the perfumed towels. A narrow spiral staircase curves downward, half swallowed by shadow. You descend slowly, one hand grazing the cold stone wall. The smell changes as you go. The sweetness fades, replaced by something acrid and metallic. At the bottom lies a small, vaulted room, lit by a single, trembling lantern. Shelves line the walls, crowded with hundreds of bottles. Dark glass, opaque, each marked only by faint ink letters. The air feels heavy here, thick with vaporized metal and time. You've found the royal apothecary cellar, the kingdom beneath the kingdom, where faith was measured in ounces and stored in glass. The first thing you notice is the temperature, cool enough to keep mixtures stable, but warm enough for alchemy to dream. The second thing is the silence. It's the silence of 1,000 experiments that never worked and a few that did too well. You move along the first shelf, the labels read like poetry and threat intertwined. Elixir of Saturn, Venusian balm, powder of sympathy, water of philosophers unfinished. Each name is a riddle, each bottle a secret. You unstopper one at random. A faint hiss escapes, the sigh of something that hasn't breathed in centuries. The scent that follows is sharp, earthy, almost medicinal. You can't place it, though it makes your tongue tingle faintly just by inhaling. The bottle reads Tinctura Vitae, for melancholy and cold blood. Of course, the Queen's private tonic, a mixture of gold dust, wormwood, wine, and, as many recipes confirm, human bone ground to powder. They believed it carried the spark of life. You lower the bottle carefully, wondering what it meant to drink something made from what you feared most. Historians still argue whether the use of human remains in medicine was symbolic or practical. Some say it came from an honest misunderstanding, a belief that life force lingered in the material of the body. Others admit it was desperation-made doctrine. You pick up another vial, this one's smaller, sealed in wax the colour of blood. A handwritten tag dangles from it, essence of the king's heart. You tilt it. Inside, something glints, suspended in liquid. No one knows exactly what these essences contained. Sometimes they were simple infusions, alcohol, spice, sugar. Other times they included ashes of the deceased, dissolved in wine to be drunk by grieving relatives. To keep them near, the records say. You step back, imagining the court gathered after the king's death. A solemn silence. The Queen lifts the vial to her lips, drinks and whispers, He remains in me. The gesture sounds both beautiful and terrible. You move to another shelf and find a different world entirely. Jars of dried herbs, neatly bundled and labelled with both their Latin names and small sketches. Here is science in its infancy. The cataloguing of nature by those who still believed plants carried souls. A jar labelled Mandragora rests beside another marked Digitalis. Mandrake and foxglove, both deadly, both medicinal. The royal apothecaries worked in that narrow space between cure and catastrophe, their job less about healing and more about managing the odds. You remember reading that foxglove became a treatment for heart failure centuries later. But in the hands of these early experimenters, the line between dosage and death was measured by courage and candlelight. The lantern flickers, catching the glint of something higher on the shelf, a golden vial, ornate, set apart from the rest. You reach for it. The wax seal has been pressed with the royal crest. When you tilt it, a slow swirl of liquid gold slides along the glass. Thick, luminous, perfect. You turn it toward the light, and for a moment it looks alive. A note is pinned to the shelf beside it. For Majesty's complexion, apply nightly with feather tip. Caution, avoid eyes and mouth. You can't help but laugh quietly. Avoid eyes and mouth, you repeat. Otherwise perfectly safe. Inside the vial is liquid gold, aurum potabile, drinkable gold once believed to hold the sun's life force. It was both cosmetic and internal remedy, a favourite of monarchs desperate to outshine mortality. They wore it, drank it, absorbed it, but gold, dissolved improperly, turned toxic. It lodged in organs, scarred the liver, stiffened the joints. The more radiance they consumed, the dimmer they grew. There's a cruel symmetry in that. The light that made them divine hollowed them out from the inside. You hold the bottle a little longer, then set it down carefully. The glow lingers on your hand like a memory. In the far corner of the room, you spot a desk covered in loose parchment. Formulas, notes, diagrams. You run your eyes along one sheet. If the humours disobey, burn salt with vinegar and pray twice before sealing the glass. Another reads simply, "The Queen's colour wanes, increase mercury." You close your eyes. The physician who wrote that note probably thought he was saving her. Maybe he did for a while, but it's clear now what those cures became. Poison disguised as care, devotion translated into dosage. You exhale slowly, the air tasting faintly metallic. It's easy, centuries later, to call them fools. Harder to admit that we do the same, just with better branding. We still drink things we don't understand, chase radiance, consume our anxieties through ritual. The names have changed, but the desire hasn't. You look around one last time. The bottles gleam faintly in the half-light, patient as saints, each holding its own small theology of hope. As you ascend the stairway again, your hand brushes the stone wall. Cool, rough, steady. It's grounding after all that shimmer. When you reach the top, the air feels cleaner, brighter. But beneath the sweetness of rosemary and rosewater, you can still taste something bitter on your tongue. Gold, mercury, or memory. They all taste the same. You whisper softly, "You meant well," and close the door to the apothecary cellar behind you. The latch clicks with a finality that sounds almost merciful. The door to the apothecary cellar closes with a dull, definitive sound, one that seems to echo through the marrow of the palace. When it fades, another sound replaces it. Birdsong. Faint at first, distant, as though the world beyond the stone walls has just remembered to wake. You follow the faint trill toward a sliver of sunlight spilling through a side door. It leads out not into another room, but into a long gallery. the Queen's convalescence corridor. The floors here are marble, patterned in slow spirals of white and grey that seem to move when you do. Portraits hang along the walls, kings, queens, physicians and saints, their painted eyes glinting faintly in the morning light. You walk slowly. The air is cooler here, fresher, touched with the faint scent of citrus and wax. For the first time in what feels like hours, the air doesn't reek of sickness or secrets. It smells alive. You pass a tall window framed by velvet drapes, and for a moment, the light floods your face. It's the kind of light that carries dust motes like memories. Quiet, floating, suspended. You pause, watching them drift in their invisible dance. At the far end of the gallery, a tall, narrow cabinet stands open. Inside is something stranger than anything you've seen yet. Rows upon rows of objects wrapped in linen. You reach for one, unwrapping it carefully. It's a heart, a human heart, mummified and preserved in resin, its surface glossy and golden brown. You almost drop it, but the weight of curiosity holds you steady. This isn't grotesque display, it's devotion. Royal hearts were often removed and entombed separately from their bodies, placed in ornate boxes, sometimes even kept in the same palace for decades. For remembrance, the chroniclers said. But remembrance, you realize, was only half the truth. The practice had its origins in medicine. It was believed that keeping the heart nearby allowed a physician to study the effects of death, to learn from the royal body in order to better preserve the living. You set the preserved heart back into the cabinet, your fingers trembling slightly. The next bundle you unwrap is lighter, a bird's wing, delicate, stiffened with gold leaf. Another charm, another fusion of medicine and prayer. Pinned beside the cabinet is a faded note. For the renewal of spirit, the remains of flight. You can't help smiling at that. How perfectly human the sentiment is. To keep a bird's wing near your bed as proof that you could still rise above the weight of your own body. You keep walking, the portraits on the walls shifting as you pass. Their painted eyes seem to follow you, not menacingly, just aware. The corridor bends slightly, leading to an alcove filled with sunlight. In the centre stands a long wooden table, scattered with instruments that gleam faintly in the glow. Metal scalpels, bone saws, glass tubes, and a row of small, ornate boxes labelled "For Study." You exhale. You've stepped into what was once the anatomy chamber. And this is where the royals' bodies finally became useful. After death, some monarchs offered themselves to the physicians, a radical act in its way. To let one's sacred body be cut open in pursuit of knowledge was a kind of posthumous humility that few living royals could ever achieve. You walk closer to the table. One of the instruments catches your reflection, the gleam of a polished scalpel, its blade thin as breath. The inscription along its handle reads, "Per incisionem veritas." Through incision, truth. Historians still argue whether royal autopsies were genuine science or carefully staged theatre, whether they sought truth or just closure. But standing here, it's hard not to feel both. You imagine the scene, dawn breaking, curtains drawn, the air cold and sterile. The physicians enter in silence, their hands gloved, their expressions equal parts reverence and dread. The Queen lies before them, pale as wax, her hair arranged neatly around her head. One physician crosses himself, another sharpens the scalpel. The first cut is always quiet, and yet beneath the horror there's something oddly tender. They aren't desecrating her, they're trying to understand her. Every organ a puzzle piece of devotion and guilt. You pick up one of the boxes labelled for study and open it. Inside lies a curl of parchment, yellowed with age. You unfold it carefully. It's not a scientific report, it's a poem. She slept, and the stars envied her breath. We opened her not to wound, but to listen. You stare at the words for a long time. There's a tremor of sincerity there, a kind of grief that transcends the centuries. You set the parchment back in the box and close it gently. This chamber, this intersection of devotion, science, and sorrow, feels like the perfect distillation of everything you've seen in this palace. They tried so desperately to decode the body, to command its mysteries, to preserve its beauty. And in doing so, they left behind a trail of miracles that were also tragedies. You look down the corridor once more, toward the heart cabinet, the windows, the portraits. The sunlight has shifted higher now, flooding everything with pale gold. For the first time, the palace feels awake. Not haunted, not sick, just awake. You take a slow breath and murmur, "You weren't gods, you were experiments." The words don't sound cruel. They sound like an apology. A breeze stirs through the gallery, lifting the edges of the drapes. The preserved hearts glint softly in their cabinet. The dust motes swirl again, luminous in the light. You reach out to catch one, a single mote of gold, but it slips past your fingers, as everything in this place eventually does. You turn back toward the main chamber. Behind you, the door to the anatomy room creaks shut as if closing itself. For the first time since you began this journey, the palace no longer feels oppressive. It feels tired, like a body finally ready to rest. You stand for a moment at the bend of the corridor, watching the dust swirl and settle again, before turning back toward the heart of the royal suite. The stillness feels different now, less like secrecy, more like exhaustion. The day outside must be fully born, a faint hum of voices, the scrape of a cart, the flutter of pigeons, all filter faintly through the stone. When you step back into the Queen's chamber, the light has found its way even here. It cuts through the heavy curtains, pale and gentle, making a slow dance of everything that once looked ominous. The jars gleam, the mirrors wake, the air seems to breathe. You walk to the far side of the room and notice a section of panelling slightly warped. Behind it is a small, hidden door, one you hadn't seen before. When you push, it opens with a low sigh. A narrow stair leads upward this time into what looks like an attic space. The air is lighter, dry with age, full of the faint smell of dust, parchment and lavender. It isn't a storage room, it's an herbal archive, a sanctuary of forgotten cures. Bundles of dried plants hang from beams overhead, sage, fennel, yarrow and chamomile, their shadows trembling like script against the walls. Shelves hold books bound in leather, their titles stamped in Latin and Old French. Every corner hums faintly with the sweetness of decay. A single table stands beneath a narrow window covered with open notebooks. The handwriting is neat, deliberate. No court physician's ornate Latin here. The notes are written in a woman's hand. You read the first page. The palace cures what it understands. For what it cannot, the garden must. It's signed only with an initial. A. You sit down and turn the pages carefully. The entries are practical. Lists of plants, times to harvest, methods of drying and brewing. But between them run fragments of quiet defiance. If the doctors insist the Queen's blood is wrong, give her lemon balm, not the knife. No need for mercury, heat the rosemary oil, whisper the psalm and let her sleep. You realize these are not mere recipes, they're acts of rebellion. Somewhere, a woman, the head herbalist perhaps, or a trusted maid, was keeping her own medicine in secret, building a counterworld within the palace's gilded cage. You find pressed petals between the pages, violet, rose, marigold, each labelled not only by name but by temperament. Calms the heart, softens pride, restores laughter. You smile at that last one. Laughter as medicine. How perfectly heretical. You look around the room and notice small clay pots tucked between books, each labelled with careful strokes. You pick one up. Unguentum serenitatis. Inside is a faintly blue ointment that smells of honey and mint. The note beneath it reads, "For troubled dreams, apply to the temples, but only by one who wishes her well." You breathe out slowly. The tenderness in that instruction catches you off guard. How many lives, you wonder, were extended not by skill, but by simple affection? Historians still argue whether women like this, royal herb wives, ladies apothecaries, were true healers or convenient scapegoats. The line between blessing and witchcraft was thinner than a vein. But reading her words, you know the truth. She healed what the men feared to touch. You turn another page and find a drawing, inked in delicate lines, a plan of the Queen's garden itself. Not the public rose terraces, but a small enclosed space labelled Hortus Quietis, the Garden of Quiet. Each square of the map names a plant: rue by the gate, sage along the wall, poppy near the fountain, lavender under the Queen's window. You imagine it clearly now, early morning, the Queen's footsteps brushing dew, the herbalist beside her with a basket and a pair of shears. They walk slowly, neither speaking much. The Queen touches the leaves, inhales their scent, asks the same question she always asks: "Will it help?" And the woman, practical as ever, answers, "It will help until it doesn't." That is all any cure can do. You close your eyes and hear the rustle of leaves. You realize that these rooms, the laboratory, the fever bed, the bath, were all interior spaces, sealed against the world. But this garden, this hidden archive, belonged to another rhythm entirely. The sun, the rain, the turning of seasons, real medicine, indifferent and endless. You turn another page, a final entry, short, precise and devastating. Her Majesty asked for lavender tonight. The physicians forbade it. I left the window open instead. You sit there for a long time. Sometimes healing isn't a potion or a prayer. Sometimes it's as small as giving someone back a breath of air. You look up. Through the narrow attic window, the real garden lies below, overgrown now, wild with ivy and nettle, yet still faintly green. You can almost trace the old paths, see the pattern she drew centuries ago. You rest your hands on the table and whisper softly, "She got her lavender then." The breeze stirs through the rafters, brushing the hanging herbs, and for an instant the room seems to sigh in agreement. The scent of crushed mint and dust fills your lungs. Before leaving, you tear a small scrap from the edge of one of her notebooks, a pressed violet still attached, and tuck it carefully into your pocket beside the rosemary. As you descend the stair, the air thickens again with the palace's perfume of age and medicine, but the violet scent clings near you like defiance. Back in the chamber below, the sunlight now lies full across the Queen's bed. The colours are softer, almost tender. You realize you've been wandering through her life in reverse, from the poisons and the leeches, back toward the garden where everything began. And somehow it feels like the right direction. You look once more toward the window where light catches the dust and makes it golden. For the first time since you entered this place, you no longer feel like a witness to decay, but to endurance. Maybe that's what the forgotten cures really were, each small refusals to give up on being alive. You whisper, almost smiling, "You were trying to live, not just to last." The room smells faintly of lavender now. You're not sure whether it's real, or memory. When you descend from the attic, the faint scent of lavender follows you like a whisper. It clings to your hair, your sleeves, your breath, as though the old herbalist herself has decided to walk beside you for a while. The rest of the palace feels different now, not sinister, not sacred, just fragile. The kind of fragility that demands gentleness, not fear. You move slowly down the grand hallway toward a set of wide, carved doors at the end. They're the kind of doors that expect ceremony, tall enough to make you bow without meaning to. Above them, an inscription you can barely make out through the dust. Ad quietum perpetuum, toward eternal rest. You push gently. The doors yield. Inside lies the royal recovery hall, or perhaps it was meant to be. The space is vast and vaulted, lined with tall windows now glazed with grime. It smells faintly of beeswax, flowers, and something older. Linen that's seen too much. Here the palace kept its hope. Rows of canopied beds run along both sides, each draped in thin gauze that sways when the breeze sneaks through the broken glass. Between them stand wooden tables holding what were once instruments of comfort. Bowls of petals, long turned to paper, prayer beads, small books of psalms. The sunlight spills through the cracked windows in pale stripes, and for a heartbeat, the whole room looks almost holy. You step carefully between the beds. The sheets are brittle but still faintly perfumed. Some beds hold small wooden crosses. Others, bouquets that have petrified into shadow. You pause by one bed where the sheets remain indented, as if someone only just left. It's irrational, but you feel the warmth still there, not of flesh, but of presence. You sit at the edge and look around. You can imagine it easily. The hall filled with quiet breathing, the soft murmur of attendants, the slow rhythm of spoons clinking in cups of broth, the air heavy with hope and resignation in equal measure. Historians still argue whether these recovery halls were true hospitals or simply waiting rooms for fate. Some believe they were built to prove that mercy existed at court, a place to show compassion publicly, even when the outcome never changed. Others insist they were experiments, early laboratories for the balance between care and control. You think it was both. The difference between kindness and curiosity was never very wide here. You wander toward the central dais where a single bed stands apart, the Queen's. The canopy above it is embroidered with gold thread, though the design has faded to ghost patterns. Upon the headboard, carved words in delicate script. Here, the body remembers how to be loved. You run a hand over the carving, and something inside you stirs. Not sadness, exactly, but recognition. Because that's what all these rooms have been, haven't they? Lessons in remembering the body, not as ornament or vessel, but as proof of existence. You find another object on the bedside table, a fan made from white feathers edged in silver. When you lift it, dust cascades like snow. There's an engraving on its handle, used to cool the pulse when fever burned too fiercely. You picture an attendant standing here, gently fanning the Queen's face while she slept, counting the seconds between each breath. That tiny, repetitive motion, human, useless, essential. The hall is full of such small gestures. Beside another bed you find a folded napkin embroidered with initials and a note pinned to it in spidery writing. She smiled when the window was opened. You exhale softly. That sentence feels like the truest thing you've read in this whole palace. It's strange how the living always try to record proof that comfort was given, as if comfort itself could outlast the body. Perhaps that's the most human superstition of all. You move to the far corner where a tall cupboard stands partly open. Inside are rows of small jars labeled with simple words: balm, calm, breath, mercy. None of them carry scientific names. These were emotional medicines, the language of caretakers who needed to believe that feelings could be bottled. You open one, marked calm. Inside lies nothing but dried petals, yet the scent is still there, faintly floral, faintly medicinal, undeniably human. You smile. Someone cared enough to name it. You notice something else at the very back of the cupboard, a single bottle sealed with blue wax. It's labelled smudged but legible. Elixir of forgetting. You lift it gently. The liquid inside is pale, almost clear, with a shimmer of gold dust that catches the light. You've read about this before, a concoction of valerian poppy and alcohol given to the dying not to cure, but to ease the leaving. The forgetting it offered wasn't cruelty, it was mercy in liquid form. You set the bottle back down carefully, your throat tightening a little. It strikes you, standing here, how thin the line has always been between medicine and comfort, how every cure in this place was ultimately a way of saying, I can't fix this, but I can stay with you. You look out the tall windows again. The light has grown stronger, the world outside awake and impatient, but inside time remains suspended, an eternal dawn stretching through centuries. You walk back to the Queen's bed and sit once more. The feather fan lies across your lap, soft and absurdly delicate. You whisper into the stillness, "Did you ever get better?" The sunlight shifts, glinting briefly across the gold embroidery of the canopy. It feels like an answer, though not one you can translate. Maybe getting better was never the point. Maybe the point was just to keep being cared for. To keep believing that someone would bring the next cup, the next charm, the next breath of lavender air. You stand, smoothing the sheet as you do, an unconscious imitation of every attendant who ever worked here. Then you turn toward the door. As you leave, you glance back one last time. The gauze curtains sway gently in the sunlight. The rows of beds glow faintly, their white linen halos of quiet perseverance. And for a heartbeat, it seems as though the whole room inhales. A collective breath shared between centuries. You whisper, "Rest easy," and close the doors behind you. You lift the silver tray as if it were a crown, only lighter and slightly sticky. On it, among sugared almonds and candied orange peel, lie oddities that would scandalize a modern pharmacist, tiny jars of crushed coral, bars of candied snake, and little lozenges dusted with pearl. These are the sweets that double as medicine, the kingdom's confectionery and chemistry sharing a single spoon. Imagine the scene, a lady in waiting, presenting the tray with a small bow. "For your delectation, Majesty," she says, and tucks a shining candy into the Queen's mouth. The Queen bites, smiles, and for a moment the court breathes easier. The sweetness masks bitterness, the sugar sugarcoats fear, more literally in this case. Candy was a convenient courier for substances that otherwise might have tasted, well, fatal. Crushed coral and powdered shell were mixed into syrups and preserved with sugar to make them palatable. In an age when medicine was measured by touch and taste, turning a remedy into a confection ensured compliance. The coral was said to cool the blood, stop internal bleeding, and restore warmth to the complexion. It sounds theatrical, but the practice had a logic. Sugar preserves, and by making medicine edible, practitioners could dose discreetly and repeatedly. The mainstream fact is simple. Confectionery was used across courts not only to indulge, but to deliver remedies and preserve otherwise perishable ingredients. Historians still argue whether powdered marine materials like coral actually provided any physiological benefit or were primarily symbolic, laced with prestige as much as pharmacology. The court loved its symbolism. Eating a piece of sea was both exotic and proof that you could afford the whole ocean's promises. If the remedy failed, at least your breath smelled of citrus and guilt. Candied snakes sit on the tray like little, absurd trophies. The idea of eating a preserved snake might unsettle you, wonderfully so, and that's part of the point. In folk medicine, serpents carried potent symbolism. They were ambivalent emblems, at once venomous and healing. Apocryphally, a bit of sweetened snake could be used for digestion or to restore courage. It read well in gossip. Imagine the whispering. Did you hear? The queen ate a snake candy before seeing the envoy. The courtiers would pucker into scandalous smile lines and invent entirely new intrigues. You dip a finger into a bowl of candied peel and taste a sliver. The citrus ping of preserved orange cuts through the morning stillness and makes you smile despite yourself. This is how they got people to swallow bitter things, wrap them in sugar, add a memory that tastes like home. It's a domestic sleight of hand. Food as favour, favour as medicine. There's an intimacy to these sweets. Medicine in a palace could be public spectacle, but candy was personal. A lozenge placed discreetly beneath a tongue was an act of care, an assistant's secret kindness. The sweets also functioned as social lubricants. Shared among confidants, they cemented alliances. You can imagine a small circle of ladies passing a box of pearls and coral under the table during a sermon. Gossip, after all, is often sugared to make it go down easier. Joke 1, royal gossip, now available in sugar-coated tins. You find a tiny silver scoop beside the tray. Its bowl is faintly stained green. Someone has been measuring out doses here for years. The royal confectioner and the apothecary worked in tandem, exchanging recipes like gossip. Their collaboration produced curiosities: lozenges with coral dust for the courtly pallor, sugar-coated pearl for lucidity, and snake sugar to temper melancholy. The words are poetic and slightly alarming. There are also sweets intended for cosmetic ends. A paste of crushed emerald or powdered pearl mixed into syrup was dabbed on the tongue or applied to the teeth to brighten the smile. It's a mainstream fact that jewel dust and powdered minerals were used in various cosmetic and medicinal recipes. Dangerous, decorative, and delicious if you could ignore the aftertaste. Quirky tidbit: some courts preserved candied rose hips infused with gold leaf as both dessert and a performance of wealth. You notice a handwritten note tucked beneath a napkin, a recipe in a tidy chancery hand. It lists coral, sugar, rosewater, and a final instruction in a helter-skelter scrawl. Administer before council and after scandals. It reads like a medication calendar mashed with a social manual. The note alone implies an entire culture of etiquette surrounding consumption. Think of it, a schedule for mouth-managed diplomacy. The sweet served political ends, too. A tasty lozenge was a way to pacify an envoy, to hide the taste of a bitter treaty, or to convey a message without uttering it aloud. A candy box could be a bribe wrapped in sugar, and the act of sharing a delicacy was a binding ritual. You break bread, or in this court you break candied coral, and the pact tastes of sweetness. You try a pearl lozenge. It crunches faintly like sand singing beneath sugar. There's a moment of disbelief, glitter on the tongue, and then a soft tingle. You feel oddly regal, as if your mouth now inhabits a portrait frame. It's ridiculous and wonderful in equal measure. Joke 2, the royal diet plan: eat jewels, look priceless, pay for it later. Then there is the moral hazard. Many of these sweet cures contained ingredients we now recognize as toxic: lead, arsenic, mercury, even pulverized bones. The sugar preserved them, hid them, and helped them travel past taste buds into the body. It's a reminder that in a world without clear pharmacology, glamour and safety were often inversely related. The more luxurious the ingredient, the more likely it was thought to confer virtue, and sometimes poison its host. You think of the alchemist's dream, the idea that composition and form could change essence. Here, the apothecary's alchemy turned coral into calm, pearls into clarity. The transformation felt like magic, and magic does well in a palace. But magic, like gossip, needs audiences. The tray with cordials and candies is also a communication device. It says, we can sweeten any sorrow. It says, we can make even the sea palatable. And the court believes it because belief is contagious. A court servant enters quietly to replenish the tray, moving with practiced reverence. You watch as she arranges the candies with the care of someone setting a scene. Each placement matters, the closest sweets for the queen, the prettiest for favoured courtiers, the snake candy hidden beneath a crescent of peel for those in the know. The ritual is choreography disguised as hospitality. Joke 3, choreography by dessert, think Swan Lake, but with more pectin. You pocket a tiny shard of crystallized sugar and act both childish and reverent, and tuck it beside the rosemary and violet. It tastes faintly of orange and sea salt. Holding it, you realize how often cures were also theatre, a way to make the unbearable manageable. Sweetness doesn't solve everything, but it can soften the edges. In a palace, that could be enough. There's a last, quieter thing about these sweets. They are preservers of memory. A flavour can hold a family secret as surely as any ledger. The coral lozenge eaten at a coronation might be remembered for a lifetime. A candied snake shared in a whispered circle could be the talisman of a love affair, proof that a night existed the way one remembers a song. Medicine becomes narrative, and narrative in turn becomes medicine. You set the silver tray down, the candies glint like tiny altars. The royal chamber inhales around you, the perfumes and the rosemary settling into a new pattern. One where sugar and salt, jewel and shell, desperation and devotion are braided together. From here, it's a short step back to the other rooms where leeches and mercury wait their turn. You tuck the crystallized shard into the palm of your hand and close your fist around it. The sugar is sticky and a little sharp, like a memory that stings. You smile, feel the faint grit against your teeth and whisper, "Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen?" A callback, soft as a private joke, the room agreeing in a sigh of old dust. You leave the candied tray behind, though the air still hums faintly with sweetness, and step through a narrow door concealed behind one of the long tapestries. The fabric brushes your shoulders as you pass, its threads brittle with time, and suddenly the world turns quiet again. You find yourself in a small octagonal chamber, its walls tiled with blue and white ceramic that glows in the morning light like frozen water. In the center stands a copper basin set into the floor, its rim ringed with tiny runes, its bottom blackened by centuries of use. A single window, no larger than your hand, lets in a narrow beam of light. Dust swirls through it in slow, holy motion. You realize where you are, the royal purification room. If the recovery hall was where they waited for healing, this was where they sought forgiveness. The room smells faintly of smoke, salt, and something metallic. Not the sharp tang of mercury this time, but the gentler iron scent of blood diluted in water. You step closer to the basin. Inside it rests a half-melted candle, a few wilted petals, and a single silver coin stamped with a sun. Offerings, perhaps? Tokens given to water before it touched royal skin. You can picture it vividly, attendants kneeling, pouring pitchers of blessed water into the basin, whispering invocations. The queen would step forward barefoot, wearing nothing but a linen shift, her eyes closed, her hands trembling, not from cold, but from reverence. To the court, bathing was medicine. To her it was confession. She would submerge her hands first, then her face, then her heart. Each immersion symbolized a letting go of envy, deceit, sickness, memory. And for a few moments she might believe the world had been rinsed clean. Of course, it never was. Historians still argue whether these purification rituals were remnants of pagan practices rebranded by Christian ceremony or vice versa. Some find traces of Roman lavacrum, others hear echoes of Hebrew mikveh. In truth, it didn't matter where the water came from. What mattered was the act, the illusion of washing pain away. There's a mainstream fact often overlooked. Many of these cleansing rites were quietly supervised by palace physicians. They measured the temperature, added herbs, adjusted humidity. The ceremonies soothed not only spirit but nerves. Warm water relaxes muscles. Rhythmic pouring lowers heart rate. The mind reads purification, but the body reads calm. You kneel beside the basin and trail your fingers along the rim. The metal is cool, engraved with a faint pattern of waves. Beneath the patina you can still make out words in Latin. Non medicina sed memoria. Not medicine, but remembrance. You smile. That phrase feels like the truest prescription this palace ever wrote. On a small shelf nearby sits a collection of glass vials, each filled with different substances: salt, ash, oil, honey, vinegar. The labels are faded, but you can guess their uses: salt to cleanse, ash to humble, honey to bless, vinegar to burn away impurity. You pick up the vial of ash and shake it gently. A fine grey cloud swirls, catching the sunlight. The particles move like thoughts, briefly illuminated before settling again. The symbolism is almost too neat. Beside the vials lies a small copper bowl, etched with the sign of a hand and an eye. It's dented, but clean. You lift it, finding it lighter than you expect. This was likely used for the cleansing of sight, a ritual involving the washing of eyes with rosewater to ensure the monarch could see truly. Of course, many rulers preferred not to see truly at all. But the motion of the ritual itself must have been soothing, a servant dipping the cloth, wringing it out, pressing it gently to closed lids. You imagine that gentleness now, the scent of rose and metal mingling, the hush of breath in a tiled chamber. There's a story, part legend, part footnote, about a certain queen who refused to let priests oversee her purifications. She said she trusted the water more than words. She would stand alone in this chamber, hands resting on the basin's edge, and whisper to her reflection, "If you forgive me, I'll forgive you." You look into the basin now. The water is long gone, but the bottom still holds a faint trace of silver, residue from some mineral mixture that never washed away. When you lean closer, the light from the small window catches it just right, and for a moment your reflection appears, shimmering, fractured, otherworldly. It doesn't look like guilt or redemption, it just looks tired. You sit back on your heels, noticing a bundle of cloth in the corner. When you unfold it, you find an old towel embroidered with a single word in gold thread. Iterum. Again. You run your thumb over the stitches, understanding at once. These purifications weren't performed once, but repeatedly, before coronations, before confessions, before bed. The palace, like the human heart, required constant rinsing. You can't help but think perhaps the real illness of royalty wasn't poison or fever, but repetition, the endless effort to prove one's purity. And yet there's beauty in that futility. To keep trying, to keep washing away yesterday's mistakes, even knowing they'll return by nightfall, isn't that what it means to be human? You pour a few drops of clean water from your flask into the basin. It pools there briefly, trembling like new breath. For no reason you can name, you dip your fingers in and touch them to your forehead. The water is cool, and the motion instinctive. Not belief, just gratitude. Something softens in your chest. You whisper quietly, to no one in particular. Not medicine, but remembrance. The air seems to sigh in response. You stand, feeling lighter somehow, and leave the small chamber. The sunlight waiting outside feels brighter now, and the palace seems less haunted, as though it too has just been rinsed. When you glance back one last time, the copper basin catches a sliver of light and glows faintly, like a heartbeat underwater. It's beautiful, it's futile, it's enough. You close the door to the purification room behind you, and the faint sound of dripping water lingers. A soft echo that seems to follow you down the corridor like memory itself, refusing to be quiet. The palace feels different now. Brighter, lighter, though you can't tell whether the light has changed or simply you. Each room you've passed through, the apothecary, the fever chamber, the sugar hall, has shed one layer of illusion after another. What remains now is the pulse of the place, the rhythm of breath and ritual that tried, century after century, to keep mortality at bay. You wander past another tapestry, one you haven't looked closely at before. It shows a figure lying in bed, surrounded by attendants, their hands extended in prayer. In the figure's lap rests a small object that glows faintly in the woven thread. A box, rectangular and radiant. You smile. The next door opens onto that very scene made real. This is the chamber of reliquaries, where the royal body met the divine halfway. The room is smaller than you expected, circular, domed, the air thick with beeswax and incense that long ago lost its fragrance, but not its presence. Shelves line the walls, filled with glass cases and gilded boxes. Each one holds something once considered holy. You approach slowly. The first reliquary contains a bone fragment labelled St. Apollonia, Ticuir for toothaches. The next, a small vial of dust labelled Earth from Golgotha for courage. And beside it, more unsettling relics, strands of hair, a single mummified hand, a piece of cloth darkened by something that might be blood. It's hard not to think of this room as a museum of hope and delusion, side by side. You can imagine the ceremonies that once filled this space. The Queen brought here before childbirth, before illness, before the signing of treaties. Kneeling on the cold marble, she would press her palms against the reliquary cases, whispering for guidance. Historians still argue whether the relic's supposed healing powers were psychological, spiritual, or simple coincidence. But you can't ignore the physicality of it, the tactile comfort of touch. There's something in pressing one's hand against proof of survival, even if that proof is a finger bone wrapped in gold leaf. You walk further in. The reliquaries grow stranger. Here is a silver casket labelled Dust from the Queen's own birth chamber, kept for continuity. Another box holds dried petals labelled Lilies from her coronation bath. Even her own relics were preserved as talismans, the relics of the living and the dead blurred together until it no longer mattered which was which. On the far wall hangs something even more peculiar. A long, narrow mirror, cracked at its base, mounted inside a golden frame. Beneath it, a plaque reads, "The reflection of the Blessed Queen, preserved from her final morning." You step closer, half expecting to see nothing, but your own reflection looks back, faint, fractured, ghosted. It's a strange feeling to realize that for centuries people stood here looking into the same glass, hoping to glimpse something beyond themselves. Maybe they did. You notice a small wooden box on the altar beneath the mirror, its lid half open. Inside lies an ivory comb, delicate and yellowed, wrapped in silk. A note rests beside it, used in her final grooming. The comb, the mirror, the touch. These are her relics now. You trace the handwriting with your finger. It's graceful, careful. You imagine the scribe, hands trembling, writing by candlelight after the Queen's death, trying to catalogue meaning before grief swallowed it. You set the note down and lift your eyes again. This room is a contradiction, a reliquary for the divine and for the flesh, for saints and monarchs alike. But the distinction blurs the longer you look. Every relic here is a kind of conversation between the living and the gone, proof that someone cared enough to preserve what couldn't be kept. You touch the glass of one of the reliquaries, the one that holds the mummified hand. It's smaller than you expected, probably from a child saint. The label says, "For steadiness of the pulse." For a moment, the absurdity of it overwhelms you. Then, unexpectedly, it doesn't feel absurd at all. You think of how many people, monarchs, courtiers, servants, once prayed here, pouring their fear into this small room, begging for strength to hold on a little longer. The hand, the hair, the dust. These weren't proof of power, they were proof of need. You look up toward the dome. The ceiling is painted with faded frescoes of constellations, stars joined by thin gold lines. In the center, a small circular opening lets a shaft of light fall directly onto the altar. It's precise, intentional. At this hour, the beam illuminates the cracked mirror, the reflection of the Blessed Queen. And suddenly, you see it differently. The mirror was never meant to capture her image. It was meant to release it. The light catches your reflection and scatters it across the fractured glass, breaking your face into a dozen trembling pieces. For a heartbeat, you glimpse what they must have seen, divinity flickering inside imperfection. Not power, not glory, just the fragile shimmer of being alive. The room feels warmer now. The scent of beeswax thickens. You realize the light has shifted slightly, and soon it will move away from the mirror. You step back, not wanting to disturb the ritual the sun has been performing for centuries. You whisper softly, "You're still shining, you know." The fractured reflection glimmers once more, then fades. You turn toward the door, pausing at the threshold to look back one last time. The reliquaries sit in their quiet rows, patient and polite, each holding some fragment of story, some echo of touch. It occurs to you that maybe healing isn't about restoring what was lost, but learning to live with what remains. You close the door gently, sealing the relics in their light. And for a few steps down the corridor, you swear the scent of beeswax follows you. Faint, warm and comforting, like the memory of a prayer whispered long after the words have faded. You linger in the corridor, letting the door to the reliquary chamber rest closed behind you. For a few seconds, it feels as though the air still hums faintly from all those relics whispering to one another in the dark. Gold, bone, hair, and dust still engaged in their endless quiet conversation about what endures and what doesn't. Then the hum dissolves into silence. Ahead, a faint draft tugs at the hem of your coat, carrying with it the scent of earth. Real, unperfumed, unmistakably alive. You follow it. The passage narrows, then widens into a low archway that leads outside. You step through it and find yourself in the royal physic garden, or what's left of it. The courtyard stretches open beneath the sky, a patchwork of wild growth and ruin. Stone paths twist through clusters of rosemary, fennel, sage, and rue that have long since escaped their borders. A fountain sits at the centre, dry now, its basin cracked but lined with green moss. The air smells of soil and faint sweetness, the honest scent of life continuing without permission. You pause, breathing it in. After so many rooms sealed with powder and candle smoke, the open air feels like absolution. The breeze brushes your face like a hand that remembers gentleness. Birds dart among the half-dead trees, their wings quick flashes of light. Somewhere, water drips from an unseen gutter, the only heartbeat this place still needs. You walk along one of the overgrown paths, your boots brushing through lavender and thyme that release small clouds of scent with every step. The garden is wild but not dead. It has simply stopped caring about control. You can almost feel the difference between the palace above and the earth below. Up there, everything was preserved. Down here, everything is allowed to rot beautifully. The marble benches are streaked with lichen. You sit on one, tracing a finger over the faint inscription carved into its surface. Quod sanare non possum, memorare possum. What I cannot heal, I can remember. You nod to yourself. The garden has kept that promise. This was once the Crown's living pharmacy. Every plant here had a purpose. Feverfew for pain, valerian for sleep, mint for digestion, hyssop for cleansing wounds. Monks and queens alike once walked these paths, gathering leaves in baskets, speaking to the plants as though they could hear. Maybe they could. Historians still argue whether early physic gardens were acts of science or faith, whether their keepers tended plants to study the body or to court divine grace. The truth, as always, lives somewhere between. The plants worked, but so did belief. Together they made something that felt like peace. You wander toward a half-collapsed greenhouse at the garden's edge. Its glass panes are clouded with age, its iron frame swallowed by ivy. When you step inside, the air grows warmer, almost tropical. Ferns hang from the rafters, and the faint buzz of bees fills the silence. A wooden table stands at the center, covered in earthen pots and cracked notebooks. You brush away a layer of dust and find notes written in a looping hand, the same as the herbalist's upstairs. You smile at the discovery. The poppy grows near the fountain where the queen likes to sit. Its milk eases pain but steals hours. The rosemary will remember her when she cannot. You run your fingers along the ink, faintly smudged where a raindrop must have fallen centuries ago. The page beneath it lists experiments. Tinctures of rosehip wine, vinegar compresses for swelling, honey poultices for burns. The formulas are simple, sensible, human. Nothing divine, nothing poisonous, just care written in neat, hopeful lines. You find a small clay cup, half buried among the pots. Inside lies a ball of dried roots bound with string. When you hold it to your nose, the scent is faint but unmistakable, ginseng, earthy and bitter. Someone was saving it for later. You glance up and notice that a vine has crept through a crack in the glass roof, its leaves spreading wide toward the light. The green of it feels almost defiant. You reach up, touch one of the leaves gently, and it quivers beneath your fingertips. It's strange to realize how all these years of ritual and suffering, the mercury, the relics, the perfumed poison, were really just attempts to imitate what this garden did without thinking. It healed by existing. You move toward the fountain at the center. It's dry now, but its bowl is lined with small offerings left by visitors long gone, coins, stones, wilted flowers. You kneel and run your hand along the cracked marble. Something glints faintly beneath the moss, a tiny metal charm in the shape of a heart. You pry it loose and hold it up. It's tarnished but intact, engraved with 2 letters, AQ. The initials of the herbalist, perhaps, or maybe Aqua Quieta, the quiet water that once flowed here. You slip it into your pocket beside the violet, the sugar shard, the rosemary sprig. Your own reliquary of tiny mercies. You sit back on your heels, breathing in the scent of mint and damp earth. For the first time you feel the full shape of the palace, not as a monument of marble and medicine, but as an ecosystem of longing. Every cure, every prayer, every ritual was part of one great choreography of hope. You think about the Queen again, the one who used to walk here. You imagine her stepping into the garden barefoot, the grass cold beneath her skin, the dawn air brushing her hair loose from its pins. She bends down, picks a sprig of lavender, rubs it between her fingers, and whispers the same question she always did. Will it help? And the garden, patient as always, doesn't answer. It simply goes on breathing. You look toward the palace behind you. Its towers catch the light, gleaming pale against the morning sky. Inside, the air will still smell of wax and history. Out here, the wind smells of life. You whisper softly. You tried everything. Water, gold, prayer, poison. But this was the only thing that worked. A bee lands on your wrist, its tiny weight startlingly tender. It lingers there for a heartbeat, then lifts off again, vanishing into the rosemary. You stay there for a while, listening to the soft murmur of leaves. The light shifts across the stones. The garden keeps its own time, unconcerned with kings or cures. And for the first time since entering this palace, you realize this isn't a story about sickness at all. It's a story about the persistence of care. You stay in the garden until the shadows shorten and the sun climbs higher, pouring warmth over the cracked fountain and tangled lavender beds. For the first time since you entered this palace, you don't feel like an intruder. You feel like part of something still quietly alive. When you finally stand, your legs stiff, the world tilts slightly with the kind of calm that comes after too much beauty. You brush a leaf from your coat and glance back toward the open doorway that leads inside. The air beyond looks darker again, cooler, pulling you back like memory always does. You take a breath, step through the threshold, and find yourself in the Hall of Testimonies, the last and strangest chamber of the royal suite. It isn't grand. It isn't even symmetrical, which feels rebellious for a palace. The ceiling slopes slightly, the windows are small and uneven. The air smells faintly of wax, dust, and ink. Honest smells without perfume or pretense. Here there are no jewels or reliquaries, no mirrors or marble, only words. Hundreds of small sheets of parchment hang from cords stretched across the walls like clotheslines of confession. Each sheet bears handwriting, some steady and elegant, some wild and barely legible. You walk closer and realize what they are. Letters, the final words of those who once lived or worked within these walls, courtiers, servants, healers, even the Queen herself. Some are addressed to God, some to lovers, some to no one at all. You lift the first sheet that catches your eye. If I am remembered, let it be for kindness, not cures. The next. They said the balm would cool my fever. It did. The world grew cold with it. Another. To whoever reads this, open the windows more often. The air here forgets what honesty smells like. You smile faintly at that one. The ink has faded to brown, but the humour still breathes. You wander deeper, reading as you go. The letters grow more personal. The Queen asked if heaven smells like lavender. I told her yes. She smiled, though she was already half asleep. I was the one who dropped the vial of mercury that morning. They said nothing. The stain is still there. I loved her even when her skin burned from the gold. I loved her when her breath turned sweet with laudanum. I loved her anyway. Each voice feels close, almost audible, like murmurs from a dream that hasn't quite ended. Then you reach the far end of the room, where a single parchment hangs by itself, illuminated by the thin shaft of light from a high window. The ink is darker, fresher, as if someone wrote it long after the rest of the world stopped caring. You step closer and read. If you are reading this, you have walked where we walked. You have touched what we feared and feared what we touched. We tried to make life bearable with beauty. We failed often, but sometimes, for a breath or two, it worked. If you wish to understand us, do not study our poisons or our prayers. Study our persistence. Remember us not as monarchs or monsters, but as people who couldn't stop trying to be well. The signature at the bottom is only an initial, A, the herbalist again, her voice bridging centuries. You step back, feeling the weight of her words settle somewhere beneath your ribs. You turn slowly, taking in the room, the fluttering pages, the dust, the soft gold light. This isn't a hall of medicine anymore, it's a hospice for memory. Historians still argue whether these letters are authentic, whether the handwriting belongs to those they claim. But standing here, you realize that authenticity is the least important thing. Even if half are fiction, they tell truths that history books never could, that healing has always been a story people tell themselves to stay alive a little longer. You move to a small wooden table in the corner where an ink pot still stands, dry but intact, and a quill lies beside it. The parchment before it is blank. Someone, perhaps the last caretaker of this place, left it waiting for another voice. You hesitate, then sit. The quill feels lighter than it should. You dip it in the faint residue of old ink and write a single line. I came looking for medicine. I found memory instead. The ink barely shows, a soft sepia ghost across the page. You let it dry, then hang it on the nearest cord among all the others. For a long moment you just stand there, watching the papers sway in the faint draught, rustling like leaves in an invisible garden. You realize this palace, this labyrinth of cures and failures, was never built to preserve perfection. It was built to preserve the act of trying. Every vial, every ritual, every whispered prayer was another way of saying, "We are still here." You glance once more at the letter signed A and murmur, "You were right, it worked," for a breath or two. The words echo softly through the hall, and for a moment the parchment stirs, as if exhaling. You turn toward the exit, the sunlight brighter now, flooding in as though the walls themselves are ready to rest. When you open the door, the air outside feels warmer than before, carrying with it the mingled scents of lavender, dust, and ink, the perfume of the human condition, distilled. You whisper to the hall behind you, "Rest easy, all of you. I'll remember." And, for once, the palace doesn't answer. It doesn't need to. The air outside the Hall of Testimonies feels different now, lighter, almost weightless, as if every story you've gathered has dissolved into it. You stand in the long corridor once more, though it seems less intimidating than when you first entered. The marble no longer gleams like authority. It just reflects sunlight, fractured by dust. You follow that light instinctively back toward the great doors at the front of the royal apartments. Their hinges creak in slow protest, but they open all the same, releasing a sigh of air that feels centuries old. Beyond them lies the main hall you first passed through, though now it seems smaller, quieter. The portraits that once stared down in judgment look softer, their painted eyes dulled by the changing light. You stop at the threshold. For the first time you can see the full architecture of this place as if from above, a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, each one a different prayer for relief. The fever rooms, the herb attic, the reliquary, the garden, all connected, all pulsing toward the same impossible promise. that suffering could be managed if named beautifully enough. You walk slowly down the hall. Your steps echo less sharply now. The palace seems to have grown gentle, resigned. Halfway along the wall, a tapestry stirs. The draught you make brushing past it exposes a mural beneath, painted directly onto the plaster, faded nearly to nothing. You brush away a layer of dust with your sleeve. The image shows a queen, not young, not triumphant, but seated, her eyes closed. Around her stand figures offering bowls of water, garlands, bottles of light. The inscription beneath reads faintly, Omnes curantur in fine. In the end, all are healed. You trace the letters, your fingertips gathering chalky flakes of age. The phrase sounds like wishful thinking, yet somehow, after all you've seen, it also feels true. The palace did not preserve her youth. It did not save her life. It did something quieter. It taught those who came after to keep trying. And maybe that's healing enough. You turn away and step into the entrance chamber. The door to the outer world stands ajar, a thin sliver of morning spilling through. Outside, the sound of wind and church bells weave together, ordinary and miraculous all at once. You pause, glance down at your pocket, and empty it onto the nearest table. The objects tumble out softly, a sprig of rosemary, dry but still fragrant, a pressed violet, thin as breath, a sugar shard, amber and glinting, a tarnished heart charm engraved with AQ. You arrange them in a small circle and stand for a moment, simply looking. It feels right to leave them here, to give back what the palace lent you. One by one, you whisper their stories into the stillness. Rosemary for remembrance, violet for defiance, sugar for hope, and this, you touch the charm lightly, for quiet. The echo of your voice folds into the air like another relic, one that needs no reliquary. Historians still argue whether palaces like this one should be called museums or mausoleums. But standing here, you understand, it's neither. It's a body that has learned how to keep breathing long after its heart stopped. You take a step toward the door. Outside, the world is awake. The breeze smells of earth and the sound of life, real, present, unscripted, moves like a current through the air. For a heartbeat, you hesitate, then look back once more. Through the cracked doorway, the great hall glows faintly gold. Somewhere inside, dust motes dance their endless, slow ballet. You whisper softly, "Sleep well, Majesty?" And for the briefest instant, you think you hear a reply, not a word, but the faint, contented exhale of a place finally at peace. You step out into the sunlight. The door closes gently behind you. The palace fades into shadow. The wind smells faintly of lavender. You breathe it in. And as the world continues on, indifferent, generous, beautifully alive, you realize that all the forgotten cures you've seen tonight, all the strange mixtures and whispered prayers, were never about conquering death. They were about learning how to live tenderly in its company. The same lesson applies now. You walk down the path lined with wild herbs, feeling the ground firm beneath your feet. The morning light warms your face. You smile faintly. Because somewhere, deep inside this ruin of marble and memory, the queen finally sleeps, and the garden keeps growing. The sun drifts higher, and the palace behind you sinks quietly into its own dream. The breeze moves softly through the trees, stirring the lavender and rosemary until their fragrance spills into the air, faint but insistent, like something that refuses to end. You walk slower now, the gravel crunching gently beneath your feet. Each sound seems rounder, softer, the world easing into its morning rhythm. Your heartbeat slows to match it. You can almost hear the echoes of everything you've passed, the quiet chant of the apothecaries, the clink of glass bottles, the low hum of bees in the physic garden. All of it settles into one long exhale, a lullaby disguised as history. The light warms your shoulders, the wind cools your cheek. You think of the Queen's final room, the basin, the mirror, the letters hanging like paper wings. They blur together now, their details fading until they become only texture. Warmth, breath, the steady rhythm of human trying. You inhale once more, deeply. The scent of lavender lingers in your lungs, calm and heavy, and you realize with a strange kind of peace that you've been walking not through a palace, but through the body of time itself, a body still alive, still mending, one heartbeat at a time. Let it rest now. Let it breathe. Let the light do what light always does. Soften the edges, warm the air, and make space for sleep. Close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and let the garden keep whispering for you. Everything that needs to heal already has. Sweet dreams.